Got sound.
They don't have sound still.
Yeah, now they do. That whole time I
really?
thought they had sound.
It's okay. You haven't missed anything. We've just been pretending to talk all this time.
Got sound.
Do they have sound?
Play Lindsay whilst there's no
Yeah.
sound. Good ones.
Yeah, okay,
everyone.
we'll do that, Deb.
Yeah. Hey, I'm a bit behind. I better speed that up.
What? Who?
Who's behind? Yeah, we've already played Lindsay then if you're behind.
Yeah, no, I was behind on the YouTube replay because I've got it up on one screen and us up on the other.
Oh, okay.
So the conversation was a little bit behind. Don't worry. My problem.
Okay.
Resolved.
I can't remember what
You
the
were so dumb.
thing is.
Granddad duties, yes. Okay, if it's not William, what else is it?
I need to buy a vowel.
Well, if I tell you he's German, you would probably guess what the names
Wilhelm.
O, F, and F stand for.
Well, I put that, I guessed that earlier, but yeah. Was there anything I could think that started with O?
I think Clive Wells has had a stab at it.
Okay.
Clive Wells is
Wilhelm,
correct.
Karl, Otto, Fritz, Franz, Wien, Wine.
I don't.
Vian.
Except
That one jumps.
Except he forgot the Werner.
Yeah?
Werner.
Yeah.
After Karl.
It's Wilhelm Karl
Used to-
Werner, Otto, Fritz, Franz, Wien.
Oh, sorry, Carl. No cigar.
I used to work with a Werner. God. Yes.
He's the same guy that has a bridge named after him, isn't he?
The bridge.
Yeah.
Bridge.
I'm not getting that one.
It's a piece of.
No.
It's actually a piece of electrical test equipment.
Oh, it's that sort of bridge, not a car, not a vehicle bridge. Sorry.
I don't know.
Who's thumping their keyboard?
Not me. I was doing it really
Renaming
quiet.
myself.
At least as quietly as I
I'll
could.
take the salute. Don't worry.
Hey, Timbo, did you know you're still sharing in Discord, or does that matter for?
Am I
You are.
sharing in? Oh, screen share.
Your screen.
When did I click that?
Well,
click
you were
that?
sharing that ages ago.
What are we talking about?
In Discord.
The video will be going into Discord as well as into here at the minute.
Yep.
Yeah, that's okay.
Oh,
No.
You mean in the background?
Yeah. As long as
Yeah.
as long as your computer and your internet connection's up for it, that's not a problem, is it?
Yeah, it just
Yeah,
means
no,
I've got to move
that's
him around so I can read over there.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry, I'm with you. I'm with you
Yeah,
with you now.
Where can I put you?
I thought I turned it off.
I'll put you in the.
Hang on,
I'll
I'll
put you in
turn
the
it
drawer.
off. I'll turn it off in Discord. That's right.
I know two
Yeah.
Werners.
thank you.
Werner von Braun, obviously, and Herbert Werner.
What you meant is
Oh.
So you were saying I was sharing, but what you meant is I had my camera on, and I was saying
Well, we don't want to get
my
technical.
camera's not. Yeah, well, for computer geeks like me, technical is
I forgot I got that one.
it's sort of important.
Well, it was the camera.
Yeah, it was the camera. Yeah, you had me worried that I was sharing something and you'd see stuff that you shouldn't see on my screen. No, I don't think I've got anything. No, it's all right. Just make sure I didn't have any work stuff open or anything I could accidentally pop up.
Don't that.
No. That would be double plus ungood.
And we don't want to see how many tabs you've got open either.
I've only got one. at the moment?
7 and 2. Oh, hang on. And pop outs.
Pop out.
Yeah, well, I pop them up. I can pop them out and pin them over the screen. So I've got Zoom popped out and over the top of the YouTube page, and then the
All
side
right.
chats popped out and pinned.
Well, I've only got a few things running at the moment. I'll see if I can turn on my You'll get a bit of double open at the moment, but let's see if I turn that on. Why is that not
Yeah, I'll let the
showing?
peanuts look at a bit of artwork.
Ah, that's why. So can't see down the bottom. Hang on a sec.
I'm sharing an image for the peanuts, a bit of artwork.
Okay.
I'll just wait for the delay and see what comes through.
It'll surprise you.
That is,
Oh,
that is the problem. Come on. So when my lad said your front subframe's a bit rusty, he wasn't kidding.
Okay,
That's now on the
let's
garage
let's
scrap
have a
heap.
look. Oh, there's your problem.
What, it's rusty as everything?
But here's when you compare it to what a new one looks like.
Yeah. Oh, the before and after, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that the hole you're talking about there?
No.
I'll share it that way you can see.
Okay. Go over to the left hand side. That's
Yeah, I'm
if
over
you
on
go
the
over
left
to the
now.
other side.
That's the left-hand side. That's the right-hand side, and that's the left-hand side.
There you go. That's the hole.
Yeah.
That hole
It's
shouldn't
meant
be
to
there.
have an elongated hole, but
Not even sure it's supposed to have that. Yeah, it's got an elongated hole round the other way.
the other
but it's
way,
just,
yeah.
Yeah, and you can see at that point it's right through, which means the rest of it before too long would start doing the same thing. I mean, in all fairness, he did say you could probably get at least another year out of it, maybe a bit more. And I just said, no, look, I found one on eBay for about 200 quid, a brand new one, obviously, and not a Ford part.
That's an unusual shaped piece attached to your subframe. It almost looks like a socket.
That's because it is a socket. He was nearly finished taking the two arms off, which are obviously relatively new. They've only been on the car 2 or 3 months, if that. That's when he replaced them. That's when he highlighted to me that a new subframe might be a good idea.
We'll grab the other one. Where's the new one? Above it, I think.
I think so. Yeah.
It's not a very good picture, but they should still see it.
I just took a quick snap of it. That's what a new one looks like.
Yeah, nice and shiny.
Oh yes. Not a hint of rust anywhere.
Well, it's got the elongated holes there on that side. If it's
What it hasn't got is the plaque.
Yeah, that's good. That's the same. Elongated
Yep.
one way and elongated
So
the
you
other.
can see where that hole had rusted away. What it hasn't got is the plastic inserts for the screws to go in. So at the moment, my car's missing its under tray.
Oh.
It doesn't matter, but what they're going to do is they're going to order some more inserts because we tried to take the inserts out of the old one and the plastic's so brittle that it's not worth it. So we'll get some new
line
ones.
It up, drill the holes in it, and then when you get the plastic inserts for it, then you can attach it later.
Well, no, we'll just get the plastic inserts and do it properly.
What
It
do you
just
need
means
to-
it hasn't got that under tray at the moment, which really makes no difference at all.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
the
think,
holes are there for where the plastic inserts go into, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
The plastic inserts are threaded because they're bolts and not screws. The bolts hold the under tray on.
Yeah.
But you need the plastic inserts, which we need some new ones. So it's not the end of the world.
No.
Yeah, the biggest dollars is correct. Cable ties.
Cable ties.
No.
Nice.
Let's do the job properly, hey. I'd much rather drive around without the under tray on at the moment. And it's got to go back in about 3 weeks to be MOT'd. So
The only place I got cable ties is in my car is the job that they're intended for. Cables.
not holding the whole thing together.
No holding cables.
Oh, yeah. Don't get me wrong, they are bloody useful, but I'm trying to avoid it on this car if I can.
I've got a big one attached to my power steering reservoir on the VS, so I've got to take the bracket off and modify it a little bit to make it click, because I bought an aftermarket reservoir for it, and it seems to be just a slightly different size. That's what happens with aftermarket product, doesn't it?
Well, this is the same thing. Those new arms that are on the rusty subframe, to fit them in the new one, where they'd put these threaded inserts in, and then the arm goes in and you bolt through. The inserts have been put in ever so slightly too far, but because they're threaded and the arm isn't, we just ground down part of the arm so it would sort of fit in. It just didn't fit. But that's the peril of buying an aftermarket item rather than a. I hate to think how much Ford would charge for a front subframe.
Oh, yeah.
Certainly more than £200. I'll tell you that. But other than that, everything was, everything fit, everything lined up. So I think we got away with it.
But at least it's back on the road for now.
It's certainly going to get used this week.
We didn't have to do a wheel on it though, did you?
No.
If you kept the steering arms the same as for the tie rod ends and everything.
Yep.
Duct tape. yeah. Duct tape with everything as well. Is that duct tape with the T or a K?
T. Duct.
Yeah.
Duck.
I mean, maybe I'm a glutton for punishment, but this is my third Mondeo estate in a row.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can't go wrong with the latest Cortina, can you?
No.
Spooky
I had one of them
Bed
once. I think my third car
said,
was
I'm
a
not
Cortina.
giving a thumbs up until I get a shout out. Consider it blackmail. Oh. Well, I don't know what to do about that.
What? As giving a shout out to Spooky Bed here.
Yeah.
Because
he considers it blackmail if I shout it out to Spooky Bed Hair. I have to think about that one, Spook. Oh, we got a naked one.
Oh yeah.
Mike 71 sub banner. Every one of them had the rusty subframe.
First time I've had to replace a subframe.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't seem to have that issue over here. I mean, things do rust, but it's...
You don't exactly have a lot of snow, though, do you, Terry?
Well, they do rust, but not in the same places from the cause of the weather where they rust. Different cause. Got hot water now too. Got a new hot water system.
Yay! Oh, you got that fixed in.
And it's a bigger tank too, way bigger. It's about at least, oh shit, I remember it was 130 or something, the original size, and now it's high 200s or something. It's a bit bigger. Shit. So now I can have a shower without running out of water if the missus goes in first. Why have I still got that going over
Oh,
there?
is it time for another cup of tea?
Yeah, I made one before we started when I was setting up. And I think it's gone cold. Other than that, I've got to go and put the cat out. Oh, wait a minute, I haven't got a cat. That's going to take a bit of time, isn't it?
I could go and put the cat out, but the little
Yes.
bug will come straight back in through the cat flap.
Reminds me of that
Oh.
Flintstones when they puts Dino out.
Yeah, comes back in and puts him out. Yeah.
I could put the cat out, but the neighbours wouldn't like it.
Well, you got a good enough aim.
No, it's the neighbour's cat.
Oh, okay.
No. We're our city's slowly becoming a cat containment area, so we can put the cat out here if they're older than 2 years. But some suburbs are completely cat containment, so you can't put them out.
What do you mean by cat containment?
It means that the cat can't leave your property.
Well, how do you
It's
do
a bit
that?
cruel, isn't it?
Depends on the
Well,
property, how you
that's
can
your problem.
contain it, yeah.
That's right. That's your problem. But in the cat containment suburbs, yeah, they're either fully house cats or they some people put up special fencing and stuff so the cats can't jump over the fence and all that sort of
Yeah,
stuff.
a colour-bond fence
Oh,
with
my
a
brother's-
round cylinder that rolls on the top and they can't climb over it.
What my brother's
Yeah.
done is he's got like a cage on the end of his outdoor bungalow.
Yeah,
of like
a cat
area,
run.
an area that's fully enclosed, and up high under his veranda, he's got like a caged tube that goes in through a little hole at the top of his back room, and then there's like a cat climbing pole down from there, so the cats can come from inside his house, climb up this pole and run along the cat run up the top of his veranda, and then climb back down into this outdoor area. So they feel like they're outdoors. They got the whole run of the house and that outdoor bit. They're quite happy.
I must admit, my two don't stray very far now because of where I am. But before I moved here, Squeak would go on a summer holiday every year. She'd just up and leave and come back 2 or 3 weeks later.
I'm
'Cause
picking,
we're
I'm picking this one.
Cold Fusion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's a choice of
Right.
the other one before it, so I thought, well, this one will do. Okay, kids, it's time to, like somebody said, where is it back? Have the choice between watching the plaster dry in the kitchen wall or watching the stream. I think I'm heading to the kitchen at the moment. Well, you've got
Funny
a choice
that
of
I'm
doing
into
that.
the kitchen in a moment too.
Yeah. You got a choice of that. Yeah, I'll go and make that coffee you want or tea. Or you can go and put a bit of paint on the wall and watch it dry. Or you can go and put a pot of water on the stove and see how long it takes to boil. Because they say a watch pot doesn't boil, so go and do a scientific experiment for that one for me.
Has it got Lindsay's bit yet, Terry?
Yeah, I'm just setting that now.
It's just getting it.
Yes. Can we introduce some cat containment for Lindsay? Have you seen the cat containment, which is the electric the electric wire that sits on top of the fence, and when the cats jump on the fence, it shocks them?
Are you suggesting that you want to electrocute Lindsay?
Yeah, that's cruel.
Yeah, we could just put it.
That's a waste. That's a waste of electricity, you know.
You know what you need to put on him? You need to put one of those electric dog control.
Oh, so
collars
every
on, so
time he says a certain word, he gets shocked.
Yeah.
Yeah, toroidal.
Yeah, oh yeah, toroidal. Yeah, he'd constantly getting zapped.
And female and male. That's the other one. We need to ban him from
Tropical gap.
tropical gap.
Yeah, tropical gap. Yeah.
Well, I was thinking just electrocute him for every word he says.
Harsh but fair.
Bit harsh.
Might do him some good.
Apparently, it stops dogs from barking.
Can do. Sometimes they have opposite effect. If anyone's baffled by the idea of cat containment, there's a link in the chat on YouTube. You can
I'm
see
just
what
waiting
we have
for
to do in
my.
ECT.
I'm just waiting for my finger to press something, but I'm.
Press play.
Yeah, but if,
I don't know if my brain had lost the usage of how to send the signal to the. Oh yeah, that's it. I figured it out. It was hesitating for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah. This is an effort. I have to really think about it.
Philosophy. Everything's made out here. Talking physics today. Cold fusion in
You
particular.
say he's talking bullshit.
So let's delve straight into it.
Yeah.
Who thinks the sun's hot? Oh, most of
Damn
you.
hot.
Oh, well. Give yourself an uppercut. Sun's not hot. You don't get hotter. The higher we go, the closer to the sun you get. You don't get hotter.
You don't?
No.
No?
Earth is about magnetism.
Get colder.
Magnetic fields. The atoms.
Oh dear.
Electrons. Protons. What they're doing in the magnetic field. The electrons are the magnetic field, basically. The flux.
No.
But the heart of the matter is the proton. It's all to do with helium, hydrogen, water. All comes from water.
Water.
So,
Water.
sun's not hot. Who believes the fiery ball and its fiery flares that NASA gives you?
You uttered, Alan?
I do.
Nearly as bad as Ken Hovind there, wasn't he, with the water?
Water, yeah.
No, he sounds a bit more like Cat Weasel. I don't know if you remember Water. And he was old enough for Cat Weasel. That's how he used to say Water.
What's that floating in space behind you, Turtle? Can't work it out.
A space shuttle
Oh, is it? Okay.
spinning around.
That big fiery orangey red ball with that big fiery flares off it. Who believes that? Most of you. Oh, give yourself another uppercut. No, that's complete bullshit.
And
Who
why?
believes that there's a Van Allen belt? Is of megawatty temperatures.
The what?
They'll burn you up if you left. Oh, most of you. Boom! Give yourself
No.
another uppercut. It's all bullshit. You've all been fooled.
He's going to
It's
knock
cold as
himself
shit
out
up
soon.
there.
Yeah, I
No,
hope he does.
shit's warm. Cold as hell. No, it's fiery too. Okay, it's cold as ice up there. Colder than ice. Ever heard of dry ice? What about magnets in dry ice? Which field is stronger on a magnet? The dry ice magnet or a warm hot magnet? A bloody cold magnet. Not a hot magnet. You get them really hot, they don't work. So if we had a flippin' Van Allen, fiery Van Allen belt running around the earth, we'd have no flippin' magnetic field. It wouldn't flow. It's flippin' freezing up there for the magnetic field to flow from the Arctics. That's why we have ice at the Arctics, because the centre Arctic is the vortex, the magnetic field, the hyperboloid, the centre of the ring magnet, where all the energy comes from. And it flows to the tropics. And it comes from the other end, the Antarctic, and flows to the tropics. Science will tell you they flow between the poles. They don't tell you there's a pole here and here as well. They don't fly all the way to the pole. These poles, north to south, they fly to here. The warm zone. Cold always seeks warm. Warm always seeks cold. Always the counter forces. Comes here and gets drawn down to the earth. It's getting drawn down to the earth because the warm tropics is coming up. This is what creates the friction, keeps the field moving, hot and cold, or electrons and protons. So,
Yes, Dora, I caught that.
realise that. There's no Van Allen belt. We just can't get out because of pressure. And as in the tropics here, you've got the low pressure. Because what's happening is, it's basically, you like this. Think of it as frequency. Like this. High pressure to low pressure. This is the gradient, the pressure gradients in this zone here. maybe happening out here, but
main thing.
what I'm concerned about is what I'm talking about is in the tropics here, the tropical zone, because this low pressure zone attracts the high pressure zones, and the cold water that comes from the Arctic that flows under the ground, subterranean, is very cold water. So that cold water is going to be not necessarily attractive. We need to put sort of temperatures aside and just work on atoms. It's to do with this.
I don't know,
these
Jimbo.
pressure gradients. This low
I don't know what
pressure
would happen if he lost
zone in
himself.
here. Okay, and these molecules, the helium atoms, are attracted to the lower pressure, the lower medium, the pressure zone, because you could probably consider that cold water, this flipping cold water, is attracted to this warm, low pressure zone. Basically, it's warm because it's low pressure, and this is how to explain that. I haven't got that on top of my mind. So you've got to realise we're dealing with atoms, and everything's atomic, and this is an exploded image. So you're getting the hydrogen atoms created here, because you got the electrons all down the side here, and the proton in the middle here, along with the nucleus. And it's a separation. It's all the action, the friction, and all the work's going on here. That's why it's warm. So it's to do with water, the magnetic field, atoms, and it's all quantum mechanics stuff. So, knowing this state of design, well, I know. Then we're led to understanding cold fusion. This is what this video is supposed to be about. Cold fusion. So what I've learned is first we start off with pure hydrogenated water, very, very pure water.
Hydrogenated water.
That's what's very pure and hydrogenated. I call it hydrogenated. Flowing through the air from the tropics, flowing through here, and it's getting they get drawn up in here. So maybe you can consider those as high pressure, seeking the low pressure. A little bit low here, but it gets a lot lower as you come up. Everything starts dispersing, falling apart. That's why we can't leave Earth. We start falling apart. We have to keep pressurized. See? And when these atoms, hydrogen molecules or atoms come up, they start falling apart, getting ripped to pieces, just like we would. Okay? It's not through heat. It's a vacuum. So, and we know this is a strong magnetic vortex back here. Well, I do. So it's to do with magnetism. So we need a strong magnetic vortex spinning water, and ice, frozen, very cold magnets. The atoms move very slowly, and that's what you can picture in here is a slow moving atoms, the stars, because these stars are in here. That's what it's all about, water, and that all goes back to nothing. Just imagine you're looking at an atom here, or atoms, and they're swirling around in a vortex, and the image in there is shone up into the night sky where you see all your stars. So you've got a strong magnetic field here,
magnified atoms,
vortexing this water.
It's like a bat signal.
And down inside the
that's
centre
it. Yeah, bat signal.
is hollow. It's a core. That's what you call the black hole. There's nothing going on in there. It's at rest. All the action's around the horizon here of the vortex, okay? So we got the vortex.
Has he ever mentioned how fast this vortex rotates? I don't think he's actually touched on that.
Don't think so.
Did you pick up earlier how he said the vortex that nobody knows is there, and then he stuck in it, but I do.
Yeah, I heard that bit. Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Nobody else does.
Yeah.
Just knowledge revealed to me.
Yeah, it's all in your head, Lindsay, just like we know. Yeah, he's been drawing the same pictures for the last few years now, Spook. That's exactly right.
Well, he hasn't changed the right-hand side of his board at all because it took him too long to draw.
Yeah, that's been the same for a while, yeah. He doesn't want to rub it away because he'll forget what he drew.
water, but it's got to be created in a vacuum, a gradient, by gradients, as you go up.
The
Water
water has to be
created in a vacuum.
So the vacuum's up here, the main vacuum, so it's getting drawn into it.
Oh, it's a
So we
vacuum
get
that
to
has
there, then
differential
what?
vacuumness.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so the vacuum is different at the bottom than at the top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be. Lindsay said it, so don't argue.
Yeah,
So-
so that means that. So does that mean there's 20% more vacuum at the bottom than there is at the top? In
The
that,
fractional vacuum column.
Oh, fractional vacuum. Oh, that's a good
Mm.
idea.
You know, like fractional distillation, except this is fractional vacuum.
Yeah. Okay.
well,
Okay.
you watch my last video, you know what happens. The atoms get up to here, they get smashed, ripped apart,
Well,
which allows
you
it to.
We never know
To,
what happens when we watch his videos. We never know what happens when we watch his videos. Come on, that's just.
They're getting ripped apart because they're getting to a state of
Yeah.
emptiness, like there's a lot of space. Imagine a lot of space around the atom, protons. You know, there's all the space in between, you know. And that's the nucleus, that's the neutral. And
What?
I need a computer brain to explain all this stuff.
No.
And this state of
Just a
rest in
brain
here
would be a good start.
is where all
Yeah.
the
Yeah, start small, Lindsay.
the weaker force and the strong force, electrons are merging to find equilibrium. So
Yeah, that's what
they're
Tiny Cat would
boosting
say.
this
Why do I pay for water? Just drain the vacuum cleaner. if I
Just trying to
understand.
vacuum cleaner.
neutral zone.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, what's happening is you've got your big neutral zone, and you've
Are we talking about Star Trek now?
Could be.
The neutral zone.
Don't go to the neutral zone.
got your
Yeah, the Romulans might attack you.
sun.
I wonder if Lindsay
Right.
knows. Wonder if Lindsay knows about the fourth phase of water. You know, the H3O2.
He has
Yeah,
trouble
good point.
understanding the first phase.
Hey, you know how they're after citations? Maybe we should, in that chat, you should send him a link to the Lindsay video to explain what you were talking about.
Right there. And it's all, the sun gets projected across the hole like this, over to where we see it over here
Projected.
in the tropics. But this is back in here. So, thanks to this vacuum and the strong magnetic field, it's ripping the atoms to pieces, and it's allowing them. And this is allowing the
Wouldn't that mean
protons
they
to
explode?
merge to create.
What's that, Timbo?
Wouldn't that mean they explode?
Yeah, if it rips them apart, yeah. You split the atom.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, that's not a good
Splitting
idea.
the atoms.
I've heard that something could happen.
But he's splitting many of them at once. So
Oh, yeah. Not a good idea.
create helium.
Yeah.
And the helium feeds the sun, creates the sun. So you've got to realise, I'm all over the place here, I know. You've got to
Really?
realise the black hole is
Yes,
not a sucking thing. It doesn't suck anything in. It
It's not where
draws
it's not where this.
draws the energy around the
It's not where the-
horizon.
It's not where the sun was last week, mate. The sun wasn't there. It was on a different spot.
Yeah.
It draws it in around the horizon, which creates the sun. Okay. Yeah. So the hydrogen creates the helium, and the helium's getting fed into there. But at the same time, the merging weaker and stronger electrons are marrying, pairing, and boosting the neutral zone, the nucleus.
Neutral zone.
So atoms pair to boost the neutral zone. There we go.
And that's where there's all the energy is, right around the horizon of this black hole. Nothing's actually getting sucked into the hole, okay? It's avoidance. Everything's avoiding that hole. It's like
Oh, that's different.
spiraling water.
Yeah.
Nothing's going in the centre. There's nothing happening. It's at rest. All the action's spiraling around it. up and down, up and down. And this is what's happening with our stars and that planets over 24 hours. They go around their circuit, then they sort of go, they're spiraling around, down, and then they spiral back out again for the next night. You don't see them disappear down there because it's going down into the face of the sun and back up again. That's what they do every night. It's like in the south, it'll come from behind me, come around and appear to come from the east, but it's come right around here, but it's daylight. You don't see them way over there. You only see them sort of turn up here because of the daytime, night falls, and comes around.
Daytime.
Nighttime.
Time.
And then goes over your horizon.
I
And then
like how he's had to change it because he suddenly realised that he was saying that all the stars disappeared at once, and then when he came back up, he realised, oh no, that can't be right, and he's now changed it that they're now spinning around.
Yeah, but they go from left to right where we are. I don't know what he's saying if they're going that way.
and they carry on
I just
down.
loved how he changed midstream, and from he realised that it just wasn't working. He had to change
Around to your west south, you can go back around again. And they do a loop because that's the sun side. Loop into the vortex and come back out again. So they're going down like this and then back out again. They all do that. It's the cardanoid. Like this.
Cardanoid.
There we go.
Oh dear. He's back on the old cardanoid again, is he?
That's the word.
And the sun's in here somewhere. There's the black hole sort of thing. So what you need to imagine is, or realise, is when the sun's moving around the tropics, it moves all around here, 360 degrees over 24 hours. You've got this vortex in front of it.
260 degrees. Isn't 360 or so?
Yeah, in 20. Yeah, but the rest makes up for when he's asleep.
Drawing all the electrons in and the atoms, protons, coming in here, drawing into it all the time. So imagine that swirling around
Where are
like
they
this,
coming from?
and everything's rushing into it. Okay? That's how it works. So,
One day when I'm really bored, I'll make up a model, a 3D representation of this.
Oh, jeez.
Just for the
Have
interest.
fun. Have fun. Oh, you'll get a headache after you start, I reckon. But you'd have to go through a few of his videos to get a bit of a representation of what he's.
I've got a fair idea what he's. It's this half torus field that he's got.
Yeah.
Basically, start with that.
Basically a donut.
Cut in half, along the middle, for some reason.
Yeah, the middle bit's a bit tricky.
So that's where the Earth is, though. So
yeah, the plane.
Sorry, move on.
The flat plane.
Yeah, the flat plane. Yeah.
I don't know what's underneath. Underneath's not really anything that he's described as what's there. He just says the field goes down and around and back up again.
No, it is. Yeah, because it comes up through the centre, you see. So through the. I assume
But he hasn't
he's
described
working on that thing that.
what actually is underneath. What substance?
We just did it. It's all the stars.
No,
Yeah,
not
All the
underneath.
stars go down there.
Not underneath.
He has-
No. No, he's only
he
just
just
said
has-
that. Yeah. Just no substance to it yet. It's only just the electrical fields go down and come back up again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And the magnetic fields, Terry. Don't forget the magnetic fields.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that loop round in loops for some
Yeah.
reason, even though they're, I don't know.
But he should
The-
know not
the
to cross
magnetic
the
field that
streams
seems to
too.
go- Yeah, the same magnetic field line that crosses itself going in different directions.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, any other guy will probably write all this information down. I just hate writing. Can't spell for shit anyway. Comprehension's
We
really
know
bad.
it's
So anybody with a good mind should be able to figure this out. This cold fusion, it's right there. Talk about studying pure water, vortexing it, the strong magnetic field, And when you read up about the cold fusion they're doing now, it sounds like they're onto it, but they're using heat. There's no heat involved. It's the magnetic field, and what it's doing, what it's doing, the vacuum is doing to the atom, ripping it to bits. And then you've got the strong force and the weak force. This is where they're probably going wrong, because they don't understand that magnetic field. How there's a strong force and a weak force. They're just using electrons. They're not using a weak electron and a strong electron.
I wonder if we should write in one of the comments to Lindsay to say, Lindsay, can you show us a demonstration, a practical demonstration, that is some atoms being split?
Or whether they call them positive and weak.
I'd just like to see what happens.
Please not.
Negatives, I don't know.
Please not.
Oh, space
But-
here.
Yep.
They would create that system if they did created this right model. But they don't have this model. They just have this model here, don't they? The one singular model, like this. It was flying around here and flying around here, being fed into here. Well, that's no good.
Sorry, Space Matt, I started without you.
They have to have this model.
That's all right.
Okay.
I just heard Timbo saying he's gonna, when he's bored, he's gonna make a model of this, and I mean, holy crap! If you're gonna make a model of this, you've got to be really bored. And I mean bored.
So you don't want me to rewind, Lindsay?
No, thank you.
Oh, okay.
They have the dual system. It's not a dual system. Oh, looking like that, it looks like a dual system, but it's not. This is the dual system with the tropical gap, because the tropical gap feeds back into here. This doesn't feed back into
And I
here.
can tell you what that
So they've
looks
got it all
like. Looks
backwards.
like
They're not going to
Lindsay,
get
and not
anywhere.
what you think it is.
Anybody out there with the brain,
Yeah, we know
get
where
in
the
touch with
gap
these
is.
dudes. Tell them Lindsay's got the model.
Lindsay's got.
I haven't got all the details exactly, but any physicist should be able to figure it out. I've just shown it all. People don't realise it.
Not a
How
model.
big,
The
how
model.
big this information is I have, or this last video. I mean, that last video I put out about the Christ up and all this, that's mind-blowing. But no one's picking up on it.
I wonder why.
I mean, the physicists know all about the atoms and that in the magnetic field. They haven't come to terms that it is all atomic. It's just one big atom all blown up. But they've been lost because they didn't understand this tropical zone. This is the
It's
first.
one big what?
This is going to rewrite
It's
all the
one big
science books. What I know here. So that's all I can give you at this stage, off the top of my head. Something else, you know, you look at this. The magnetic field spiral out like this. Like that, like that. That's a really bad drawing, that one. But let's say an old Chinese man turns up from 1,000 years ago and says, yeah, we knew all that. We knew all that. That's why we left you that symbol. This symbol here. The yin and yang. What are you, thick or what? And I go, well, yeah, I suppose we are. Well, they are. These so-called scientists. You know, there's your magnetic field. That's all you do. Yin and yang, yin and yang.
Yin yang, yin yang, yin yang.
It's all there.
Yin, yang,
All the ancients knew about this stuff.
Yin
figured it all out.
That's
That's what I
Anyway,
was thinking of when you just started doing
you know
that.
any physicists or
the yin
scientists
tong
that can
song.
add two and two together? 'Cause
Yeah,
most of these
Spike
guys
Milligan,
on the side-
game show.
I think half my subscribers
Yep.
are science wannabes. Can't add two and two. You've got to give them a 3D image, like 3D,
He's falling in the water.
Oh no.
you know, graphics, pretty pictures, and draw it all for them. Get the thing moving for them. Jeez, I thought only women wanted that sort of thing. No offense,
Let's
ladies.
just insult all our subscribers,
okay.
shall we?
Sharon, put up your likes. Get this out
He
there.
hasn't mentioned his Patreon thing.
Yeah, he slipped up there.
Forgot about that.
Give us Patreon. Yep.
He forgot about that.
So, who
His camera
boiled,
didn't
who
run it.
boiled the water on the stove and painted the bit on the wall to see how long paint dries and what a botch pot
Cheers.
never boils?
But I had to rehydrate my water first. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just add water.
No, you had to hydrogenate it.
Yeah.
Rehydrate.
Hydrogenated water.
Rehydrate.
Rehydrated.
Yeah. Just add.
So I had to take
hydrogen.
the oxygen.
Hydrogen.
Yeah, take some oxygen out of the air and add some hydrogen. And that was it. Yep.
So how's space?
Only one.
Sorry, Matt.
So go ahead. What were you going to say? I wasn't going to say anything important.
I was going to ask you about space stuff to do with rockets launching and
Space stuff.
Space stuff. Right. You want to know about Artemis then?
Yeah. Whatever you got.
What do you got?
Well, they have replaced the seal on the quick disconnect on the launch pad, so they've done that. They've got to do a whole load of more things like that. I don't know if you probably heard on the 17th they're going to do a full tanking test. So in other words, they're going to completely fuel up the rocket, both stages. They're also going to pressurize the tanks to launch pressure and see how it all works and make sure there's no leaks and etc. etc. So it's all dependent upon that. If that goes tits up, it's going back to the VAB. And then we won't see another launch probably until the end of October.
Wow.
If it goes well, we're either going to see a launch on the 24th or the 27th.
Okay.
That's what they're targeting. Apparently, the 2 dates that they're targeting. 24th.
What was that
27th.
test one they did on the that other rocket, the big shiny one?
Oh, Starship. Yeah, they did I think they did an engine test, but something I haven't really paid much attention to it. But something. Well, it didn't go boom, but there was a lot of flame afterwards, and it didn't look good.
They set fire to the grass nearby somewhere.
Yeah, that's right. So I don't think we're going to probably see that an orbital test launch of that probably until the end of next month as well, possibly. I think that's what they're kind of looking at the moment, but who knows with Starship at the moment? It's so fluid, it's crazy. So you've got to keep an open mind with that one for definite. It's turning out to be, I think, more of a complex machine than they first anticipated. I think. I mean, FAA have given them approval, pretty much open-ended approval as it stands right now. Well, not quite open-ended, but they've been given a go-ahead. But I think they're just having some difficulties in making the whole system work together. I think, by the looks of things.
Yeah, but we've been launching rockets up into space for a while now. So what's their problem?
Well, don't forget, Starship was supposed to be fully reusable, and it's supposed to land again. And the orbital stage of it, the booster stage is supposed to be caught in midair. Have you seen that? They're calling it the chopsticks at the launch pad. So that's never been done before.
No.
And we've never had a fully reusable rocket yet. So that's never been done before. We've never had those engines that they're using ever used for that purpose yet. That's never been done before. So it's all new stuff. So ain't easy. I mean, getting a rocket up into space ain't easy, and doing all that is even harder still. It's all got to work together, and it's all got to work properly. But the good thing about SpaceX, at least they're not under any constraints. Well, they are from the FAA, but they're not from in terms of budget. They're not under the purse strings of the politicians. So if they fuck up, that's all right. We'll carry on. It's all about learning how it all works together. I mean, you listen to Elon Musk. Before every test launch, he says, "Oh, it's probably going to blow up." He always expects the worst and hopes for the best.
Yeah.
And I think that's the best way to do for any kind of testing of any new system, is you just expect the worst and hope for the best. And I think it's what you've got to do with Artemis. Is people forget Artemis 1 is a test. Scrubs are going to happen. There's probably going to be more, I should suspect.
Yeah, better get it right the first time.
Yeah, I mean, but the difference is that if Artemis 1 blows up on the launch pad, I think the repercussions of that is far greater than Starship blowing up on the launch pad, because that's tax dollars.
Yeah.
The tiny captain's got a question for you.
Oh yeah, what was he asking? I can't see the chat yet.
Do you mean that getting a rocket up in space is like rocket science?
Well, I can't really say it's not rocket science because yeah, it is.
or possibly rocket engineering.
Probably, and I guess what we were talking about
Rocket
the other day,
engineering.
Alan, right up engineering.
Yeah.
Really, yeah, it's engineers that do
Engineering.
most of the work. Really, to be fair, they're the ones that got to solve all the problems.
It's a big test tube to get the rocket into. Otherwise,
Yeah.
to do the science. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose you could sort of say launching rockets is a science, but in terms of actually putting it all together and making it work, it's engineers that do it all. Yeah, me and Alan were chatting the other night when we were bored, and we were talking about who does the work when it comes to rockets, and yeah, we definitely came to the conclusion that engineers are the ones that really do everything.
Oh, watch this space.
Yeah.
Yep.
No pun intended.
So hopefully, so in conclusion, the 17th tanking test is key, and hopefully we'll see a launch on the 24th or 27th.
Right.
If not, the end of October. There you go, in summary.
But we'll be keeping track, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Blue requested a video. Bev versus Blue.
Oh, yeah, that one. I left halfway through that.
I haven't watched that one. Is it a long one?
It's 53 minutes, but he said we can just play a little bit of it. So if anyone's-
Selections will be fine, won't they?
Yeah, I wouldn't bother playing the first half an hour for sure, because nothing really happens.
Okay. So
Desert Farmers.
I have a feeling that he's actually trimmed it because the stream was several hours.
It was.
Okay.
Oh, you went into several hours, did it? Oh, crap. Wow.
So you're guessing about half.
So I would think he's trimmed all the crap off the front and all the crap off the back.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'd say start about at the quarter.
Yeah, you can always skip little bits, couldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll go quarter, half, 3/4, and then the end bit.
Yeah.
See what we get. What do you need, that one or the other one?
Ah, you might want to go. He really has trimmed a lot off. Then you might want to go back to the start.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Bang
side, lifting it.
There we go.
Oh, I don't need to do anything.
Is it me or is it his voice sort of like? It's not chalk. No, it's so much fingernails on a chalkboard, but I don't know.
I sometimes wonder if he's got a voice changer on his microphone.
No.
No, that's his voice. That's his voice.
I can confirm that is his voice, and it's even worse in real life.
Yeah. We got an expression in Northern Ireland, right? When somebody's got a voice like that, it's like a rat chewing tin.
Yeah.
You can kind of relate to that.
Yeah.
When it comes to a rat chewing tin.
Oh, Farmer's Boy, this guy that me and Blue trolled last week with the comments.
Yeah.
You got to watch one of his videos because his voice will trigger you too.
Oh no, not as bad as Bev. Oh god.
Almost.
I guess we'll have to have one of them after then, will we?
Oh, I think we might have to do that then. Yeah.
That's the Mandelbrot. Not Mandelbrot. Was it Mandela effect guy? That's what.
Yeah.
I think the worst voice out of all the Flurfs, to be honest with you. I mean, I can understand what you're saying about Bev, but I can kind of put up with it. I know farmers can't. He finds it difficult, but Demok.
Oh,
Demok.
God's teeth. Yeah.
He just never shuts up. Never shuts up. And if he asks a question, right, but he just won't give you an opportunity to actually answer. So he's not interested in an answer, and he's just got that husky sort of like growly kind of voice, and it just grinds on me. I love what MC Toon did.
Just let him go in the background and lower him. And
Yeah, that's right.
That was brilliant. That was the right way to deal with him.
I started on the live, but literally I got into about 2 minutes of Democ in, and I stopped this. I listened to the recording, and I just kept skipping bits. And I got to that bit, and he's like sitting there playing with his Rubik's cube or letting him rant while he does all his super chats and stuff. It's funny. Yeah.
He probably turned his mic feed off to Democ so they didn't even hear him, but we could hear him.
Yeah, you can just. Well, I think he probably did it deliberately. Personally, I think he just turned it right down. You can only just barely hear him in the background, him ranting and going on and on and on about.
And he probably didn't even know McTurn was talking.
Yeah.
I mean, like, he wasn't even making any sense anyway. Like, talking about tubes and the Earth, and you shouldn't be able to see this, and you shouldn't be able to see that. And what are you talking about?
Yeah, this doesn't work. That doesn't work. This,
with his concrete pipe in the back garden.
Yeah.
And no concept of scale and shape. And yes, I've seen a few of those.
And he's not making any sense anyway. I mean,
no. What's your point, sort of thing?
Well, I mean, you try and ask that. I mean, I remember in the Discord, he posted this video up, and literally all I was trying to do was just ask him to explain what his video is about. And he was just shouting me down, draw this, draw that, and the other. He always wants people to draw stuff. I don't know why. Yeah. Anyway,
well,
Harry.
It's like all of them. You've got to do the work. What was I going to say?
Hey, Matt.
Move on.
Yes, Paul.
Ask Terry something.
Yeah, I'm just about to.
Well,
Terry.
Me, I don't know anything.
Well, it's a request.
Oh, I
Terry.
don't know.
Terry.
Will it involve anything that I could get censored for my channel?
No, it's just a click and a button, really. That's all it is.
It's not too technical, I hope.
No, it's not technical, Terry. Terry?
Yes, Matt.
Please press play.
Post that screen. Just before we do, I wanted to say that
it's a bit low, is it?
if we're trying to look off in the distance to an auto level, they tell you in the and all the even the president of the Survey Society says that we don't go more than, I think he says 100 meters or 100 feet. We do it just how we've always done it, little short spans at a time. But I think the reason for that is, like, we walk outside and look at the clouds above us. It makes it look like we're living in a small dome, kind of, just from our perspective, from refraction, whatever's causing it. But if you rise up to the clouds, you'll see them. They're not curving down like they appear to be doing on the ground. So I'd say the same thing with anything 14 miles in the distance. It's going to be curved. It might appear to be going down, but we know that in reality it's not. That'd be my point.
What point?
Of course.
Could it be the other way around?
I didn't really understand that. I can see your screen. Yeah.
You can see that. Good. Let's see here. That's the picture that Shaky brought the other day, right? Black Pearl Tower.
No,
made to an auto level.
See Discord.
Can't see it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Echo. That's all I'm seeing too.
All right, let me try something different. We might be able to do it this way. Let me see. Let me stop sharing for a second.
I think you're sharing the wrong screen.
Yeah. Here, let's do this. Now you should be able to see it.
Yes.
Now you see that?
Yep.
Yeah, that should be okay.
There we go.
That's the picture Shaky brought, right?
Well,
It's
see,
Black Pearl
the
Tower
picture
in
in
the
the background is when we went and did that test, right, for optics.
It's in the
The
background.
bit on the right and the little picture of Black Pearl Tower from a completely different perspective,
Right.
are put on by Chaiki. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I recognize that. I didn't have a clean shot of the video itself, so I just used the one Shaky had. But yeah, everybody should realize obviously that's not that's added on. That's an overlay that Shaky added to it. That's just a picture of a black pool from a very close distance.
Yeah, I think I'm about 500 meters away at that distance. I mean, what sort of number can you read on the measuring rod? I am holding the measuring rod.
Yeah,
that's more than 500 meters.
Do you know why we went there that day? Because George said that he could measure accuracy of 1 arc second over 500 meters. So we got obviously we weren't clever enough to do the maths ourselves, so we got somebody to do a calculation of what 1 arc second over 500 meters would be, and it turns out it's about 2.5 mil. So we said 3, and then we went 500 meters away and then went, go on then, 3 mil accuracy.
Well, yeah,
that's why we went there, to show that specifically, to show that some people claim fucking ridiculous things that they don't even seem to understand what they're saying. Blue.
Oh,
it's like they're not even possible. What they say that they claim they can do is that's why we went there, to show people that these claims that people make are ridiculous.
That's why we went there.
That's why you have an operating range of like about 100 meters, not 500 like in that picture.
No, it has to do with what you can read. That's really what it has to do with. That's what you're talking about. And most auto level manufacturers that you'll run into, as you'll see here very shortly, will tell you that you can read about a 1/16 of an inch at 250 feet. And that's if you've got a 32x.
Yeah, to a millimeter. That's what we've said. That's why the operating range
is
is
if you go up to
meters.
And if you go up to like 40x, you can read it out to about 100 meters or so. And that's going to be probably about as good as you can do without some precision type equipment. Not
that's
this
exactly
sort of
why
auto
we
level.
Went out there, Blue, to do these tests live. What we do,
a digital auto level, but
this is called On the Level Discord server, right? Because we put the camera on the level, and then we do these tests. We go out there to show people.
It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant.
It is.
It certainly is. But accidentally, in the background, we have Blackpool. We still have that thing sitting there.
No, it's just the measuring rods. You never look in the background, right? When you're doing. No.
Blue, you think that was an accident, Blue? You think that was an accident?
Hmm?
You think that was an act? You think they put Blackpool in the background on accident?
Oh, I don't think so. I think it was very intentional, and that's
Okay,
great.
good.
I'm glad you did that. Absolutely glad you did that. But you don't think that's showing Earth curvature, and I think you're wrong. So let's go.
Where's curve? I don't see curve.
Let's go to that question. I'll show it to you in a minute. Do auto levels have a range limit? Do they really?
Yeah, for operating accurately to millimeter, like we sort of require first order measurement, right? 1 millimeter.
Now to be able to read it, right? To be able to read the scale. That's
in order to be able to measure accurately and use the tool accurately. Yes.
Well, they don't have any specified maximum range, do they?
No, you have to establish that yourself, Blue. Yes, that's why you need to go out and see how far you can actually see. That's why we put the camera on the auto level to show people what you can actually see at these distances.
Yeah. Brilliant. That's exactly right. But my point is, there is no specified maximum range for an auto level.
Yeah, but your point seems to be that you're looking in the distance, right? You're forgetting to look at the measuring rod and see what we're sort of saying.
If you weren't standing there, would Blackpool Tower still be out there?
Blackpool Tower is still there, as far as I know.
Okay, all right.
I mean, but I haven't seen it. I saw it earlier today. It was definitely
and if you're standing there, or you're not standing there, would the roof of that building between you and the actual tower itself still have an elevation of about 100 feet above sea level? Yes or no?
That's why I brought up the clouds, Blue. Like
Blue,
the clouds are dropping down.
Blackpool Tower
and
is
appear
set
to be
there. It
serving. Are
doesn't
they serving
move anywhere.
Okay, right.
There's no
So we know.
land side lifting it up and putting it back down again. They don't exist, Blue. Land
So we know how
tides
high.
don't exist.
Yeah, so we know how high
Stationary.
Blackpool
Doesn't
Tower is.
move.
We know exactly how far it is
Land
above
tides
sea
don't
level, above
exist.
sea level. We know that you're not very far above sea level with that auto level, are you?
I'm on the beach doing
Need
a
a
test,
On the
transcript
beach,
for
yeah.
you, Farmer.
Okay.
You can read for Bev.
So that
doing
and
an
that beach
optics
is
test
Oh,
just to
fairly
show
no.
people how far you can see
No.
through the auto
Blue, what's the
level.
slope? Since you're getting information off this, what's the slope from Bev's mark to the bottom of Blackpool Tower? You're pulling information off this. Let's get some helpful information. What's the slope besides your earth curve? What's the slope for water if we're laying out pipes or something? If this is how they do it, we're laying out pipes. What's the slope?
Brian, there's water
about
there.
slope.
It's the beach.
We're not talking about the slope.
Of course, Blue knows
anything.
what you're
We're
talking about.
level.
The drop.
We're talking about level.
They're talking
Brian.
about the drop, Brian.
Here's
He
the
wants
auto,
to have
the
this
auto
some
level
drop.
is showing the auto level is sitting at level.
Come
we're
on,
saying,
Blue.
right?
Get through your slideshow. Come on, Brian.
Okay.
Leave Blue to do his presentation.
Roger that.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay. Here's another auto level. This one happens to be Trimble. This is one where you see them tell you the leveling accuracy, and it comes up with numbers like you're talking about, Biff. You can see 1.5 millimeters at 75 meters. You can see about a 1/16 of an inch at 250 feet. Those numbers are equivalent. That's about 4.2 arc seconds, more or less. Okay. I went through a bunch of these. Here's one from Topcon. Again, no specified maximum range. Same thing with this Nikon. This is an expensive Nikon.
Can I just ask you a question, Blue?
Yeah.
None of those are 14 miles away.
What do you mean?
He said
They're not
there's no specified range.
There's no. That's my point. There's no specified range. It's shooting level.
Blue thinks 14 miles is within because it doesn't say a specified range. Do you reckon you could read the measuring rod? Because we've done this before.
No, of course not.
Tripod, auto level, measuring rod, the three constituent parts.
But Bev, I'm not trying to read the measuring rod.
You should be.
What I'm trying to
one
read.
of the constituent parts of the
What I'm trying to read, Bev,
process.
what I'm trying to read is the height of that building in the distance.
You shouldn't do that, Blue. You
Well,
shouldn't try
there's
and
nothing wrong
read
with
the
it.
height
It's
of a
perfectly
building
fine,
with
Bev.
in 14
Let me show you
miles.
Blue, that's
with
not
an
how the
auto
tool
level.
works.
In fact, there's your auto level, Bev. There's no range specified on it either. So. Okay, so we're in agreement that no auto level
good spec,
manufacturer.
isn't
I
it?
got one just like that.
For the price, Blue. Look at the specs on it. For the price.
Oh, it's brilliant!
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
Top
Yes,
top grade, isn't it?
I love it. I love this thing. The compensator setting accuracy is 0.3 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Even the expensive ones don't get down that good, typically. Yeah, this thing is great, and for the money, it's outstanding. I listened to your video.
Mm-hmm. Where George
So really,
was,
the only
dissing
limitation when we're using an auto level or a theodolite, the only real limitation we have is what the human eye can resolve at the rod, right? Or
so we
whatever
can shoot
you use.
stars too, then, right, Blue? We can shoot stars with auto level.
Oh,
We
sure.
know that they're left with our feet, and water will slope. We know that water will
Blue,
slope.
you don't really
down
mean
towards
you
under
can
the sun.
shoot stars with the auto level, do you?
You can shoot out in the distance and see what stars at on
What stars do you reckon it would see? What
at that elevation appearing?
What
at the
elevation,
of the auto
Blue?
level. The elevation of the auto level, Biff.
So
It's
whatever
it's
you
an auto
look
level,
at,
right?
that's the elevation.
It's a device that establishes a horizontal plane, right?
So all points on that plane would have an equal elevation.
Yeah, with respect to, in reference to that plane, yes.
Oh,
So what about the clouds, Blue? What about the clouds
Do you
behind
not
that?
want to take that one back? I'll give you a mulligan on that one.
No,
I'll go over it again. All points on a horizontal plane have an equal elevation. Are you okay with that?
All points on a plane do not have an equal elevation. No.
Oh,
I didn't hear what you said.
okay. So the auto level. What does
Elevation
it
is
do?
elevation's got a different definition. Horizontal is not level. Level. When you're talking about elevations, we're talking about with respect to.
No, he goes
with
Bev with
respect
his
to
level, his horizontal crap.
The auto level.
Yeah, the auto level doesn't establish that.
Does
It
it establish
establishes a
points at an
horizontal
equal
plane.
elevation?
No, it doesn't.
You sure?
Yeah, positive. Auto levels do not establish equal elevations. They establish a horizontal plane.
Well, aren't
think
the
the cloud-
measurements on the vertical from that horizontal plane
Say what
where
now?
you get the elevation change?
Say what now?
On the tool establishes a
Yeah.
horizontal plane. Now we
Yeah.
measure an elevation change by measuring a vertical change
Yeah, and this is another
from
reason
that
why.
horizontal plane, from the tool, the auto level.
This
It's
is
a
another
tool
reason why.
particularly for establishing elevation changes.
Just kind of
He
talk
never
over me,
shuts
so,
up, does he?
This is another reason why we don't use auto levels out past, I don't know, 50 or 75 yards normally.
He tells
Because
everybody
at
else
that
to be
distance,
quiet so he can get on with the presentation.
deviation
but he
from
just won't shut up
horizontal
himself.
due to curvature of the Earth is minor. It's less than a millimeter. It really
It's not
doesn't
due
make
to
any
curvature.
difference. You can't make.
Blue,
You
so the
can't.
cloud behind Blackpool is literally dropped.
Brian
20
keep
miles,
going to these
dropped 2
clouds.
miles. Is that what you're saying? That's Earth curve you're saying?
That is Earth curve. Yeah, sure.
Oh, you better
So the
let
cloud
Blue.
dropping 2 miles.
Well, I
or
have-
the cloud
No,
apparently
it's
dropping
Brian,
a mile
Brian,
in 20 miles.
We're dealing with an auto level.
Yeah, it's an auto level. Exactly.
Yeah, but he's
So
trying to
you're
use the
not
auto
you're
level
not
to
looking at
shoot
clouds, are you?
14 miles.
Blue.
Say what?
You're not looking at the clouds, are you?
No, we're not looking at clouds. We're
He's
looking
not
at
looking at the
the
clouds,
building
right?
in the distance.
Okay. And you're saying there is a vertical change from that horizontal established 14 miles in the distance. You do realise that the crosshair is like about half an inch away from where your eyeball is?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. And that the image comes through a prism system. So the image actually, once it's finished coming through the prism system, is only about an inch away as well. That,
Yeah, I realize
after all of that.
They're very precise instruments, though, and they are good. Some of them to an arc second, no doubt about that.
Not over 14 miles.
Oh, certainly. That doesn't change, Bev.
No,
the distance away.
The
That
crosshairs
deviation,
in the auto
that
level.
1 arc second deviation exists whether you're a foot away from the front of the auto level or 100 miles away from it.
Because the crosshair is within the instrument.
Arc seconds are arc seconds, Bev. That's beyond the instrument. That is a deviation from true horizontal to where those crosshairs are.
Crosshairs
1 arc
are right
second
So do you agree with
applies
George's?
no matter what distance. Doesn't make any difference. Doesn't matter what distance.
Do you agree with George's claim, Blue? That the arc second accuracy over 500 meters?
I don't know what George's claim is.
1
specific.
second
So,
accuracy over 500 meters.
yeah, 1 arc second accuracy over any distance. It doesn't make any
do it
difference how
over
far
any
you
distance. You can't see it. We've just shown that.
go. I've just explained it to you.
But you
It's an
cannot
angle. That angle
see
doesn't change
that.
with distance.
You can't see
The angle
that
is
3
established at the
millimeters.
instrument. The angle is established at the instrument, nowhere else.
Blue, we know a rainbow seen from up in the sky is a circle, like a hula hoop. You'd use an auto level or something to shoot a rainbow and call it Earth curve or something?
No, you wouldn't do that.
He comes up with some
Well,
ridiculous
that's kind of what
stuff.
you're doing.
He
No,
does.
that's not
He
kinda
does.
what I'm doing.
Come again? What?
Here's a little document that you might be interested in. You probably know these guys, Bev, the National Oceanography Center. That's a British outfit. They're the guys responsible for all your tide gauges and
Sorry,
tide
I have a
gauge
question.
tide gauge benchmarks.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I have a question. because you said that this is a deviation, this arcsecond, and this not very accurate measurement is showing discrepancy between horizontal or level and Earth curve. But from what you said, it means that this discrepancy would be from just horizontal. So if the outer level is slightly off, it means that it would mean that it is slightly off from normal straight horizontal also. No curvature needed to account for that.
That's right. That's right. That is the accuracy of the instrument. It can get within an arc second.
So if we were measuring
perfectly
2 foot off,
horizontal.
sorry, if we were measuring 2 foot off the ground and looking through the auto level, it would appear to be coming up, right? Off in the distance. So how are you basing these long distance structures on as being accurate?
No,
when
I think everybody's getting it mistaken here, right? We didn't go there to set the accuracy. We went there to show that George claimed he could get an accuracy of 1 arc second. So what we were showing was that George supposedly would be able to measure 1 arc second over that distance.
Right. Was it a 24
like
zoom or a
moving
32
his
zoom?
thing 1 arc second to look at something. So he knew what 1 arc second changes. And that's 2.5 mil over 500 meters. Impossible. That's why we went to show exactly what we went to show. That George is claiming ridiculous things. You can't claim these arc second accuracies if you can't see them.
The manufacturer claims the arc second accuracy on distances that they can measure, Bev. That's why they tell you a 1/16 of an inch at 250 feet.
How you gonna mark it if you can't see it?
That's your limit.
But you can see that. Okay, hang on a second. We'll get there, right? Let's go back to this, though. These guys talk about leveling because they are responsible for maintaining the tide gauge benchmarks all around England. Okay, and this is an interesting document. It talks about all the levels. It talks about how they work. In fact, when I go to the next page, you'll see there's the prisms, mirrors. The suspended prism and the mirrors you were talking about, Biff. All in there. But then they talk about errors and leveling. So I'll make that big enough that everybody can see it. There are a large number of potential error sources in leveling. Many of these are only significant for precision leveling over long distances. For shorter segments of leveling, they will not occur. In connecting the tide gauge benchmark to nearby benchmarks, there are only 3 worth mentioning: collimation error, error due to Earth curvature, and error due to refraction.
Why do we need Earth curvature? We just have the collimation and the refraction, the 2 that are provable.
Well, the Earth curvature is pretty provable too, Brian.
So the rainbow's dropping physically, or is that like refraction? Is that atmospheric? It's just apparent, right?
Well, I'm not
The rainbow's
about
not really dropping down to the ground, is it?
Nah, let's not talk about rainbows. Let's talk about this.
Well, I brought up clouds, and I'm just bringing up things we see in the distance.
Clouds, rainbows. Where else is he going to go?
Here we go. Here's
quiet.
Here's the auto level setup. Here's the horizontal it's shooting. This is where the actual reading is, where you see my little hand moving around. You'd really like it to follow. You'd like the line of sight to follow the curvature of the Earth, but it doesn't. So you're always shooting above where the actual point is. Now, if you get far enough backward,
Blue. When you're shooting with your level, you're shooting on the horizontal, like exactly where you plan to.
You're shooting horizontal here.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're meant to do. That rod,
not a constant elevation.
Rod that rod isn't
above the
perpendicular.
surface. That's not a constant elevation above the surface.
The rod isn't perpendicular.
Bill, don't be childish.
I'm not, Blue, I'm telling you,
Okay,
you
cartoon.
get
That's
sacked
all
if
it
you
is.
weren't holding the rod perpendicular.
Oh
Well,
dear.
it would be it is intended to show perpendicular here at this point
It's
where
not
it's sitting.
perpendicular, Blue. That's not perpendicular to the horizontal.
Okay, it's a cartoon, Biff.
He doesn't realise it's not to scale, it's just a
If that's
representation
causing you
of
a
what it
problem,
is.
maybe
Oh, okay, I mean, you can carry on, Blue, but I'm just putting in my objection, saying that is not perpendicular.
Okay, all right. I agree. In that cartoon,
No, but it's
that auto
vertical.
level will be shooting.
Yeah, it's
over a
vertical
distance of
to
a
the
couple
plane.
1,000 miles of the Earth. Yeah, you're right.
And your platform's really high for an observation in this drawing.
Yeah, it is. You'll be way up in the air.
Yeah, but
That's
Blue, my
above-
whole point was
that's above the space shuttle.
my whole
That's
point was
above
that
the ISS. Yeah.
my whole point was that the clouds and the rainbow are appearing to compress to the ground. Why wouldn't everything else way off in the distance? That's just how we see, right? The clouds ain't really compressing to the ground.
Brian, what you talking
Why
about?
keep Brian bringing up this?
Because
Butt
that's
out, Brian.
things we
See,
see up
Blue's
high.
got an auto level. He's trying to do a presentation here.
Yeah, we can see these things. We can see them through the auto level. We can see rainbows through an auto level or cloud. I'm just bringing up a counterpoint.
See lots of things through an auto level.
But anyway, that's what the British government thinks about it. And they talk about refraction. Of course, that is something you've got to be concerned about too. Refraction is always present, no matter what. We're looking through an atmosphere, period. There's no way around it. You got to deal with refraction. But if you don't like those citations, let's talk about the Ordnance Survey.
What's the biggest distance you've ever looked through your auto level? Like,
Probably 15 miles.
seriously?
Also, if you
Probably 50. Probably about, yeah, well.
If you insist
Maybe more close to what you're talking about, Bill. Probably closer to 13 miles.
About 15.
And you read your
11,
measuring
15
rod
miles.
13 miles away?
No, I didn't. I was shooting at some television antennas on Sharp's Ridge, about 13 miles from where I live.
Come on.
So you weren't doing differential leveling?
No, that's not intended to be a discussion
What would
of
you?
differential
That's
leveling.
but that's what the tool's for.
Well,
no,
the tool is,
Not
that's what
just
the tool's
for that.
The tool can show
Yeah,
us
thank
other
you,
things.
thank you very much. Thanks for admitting that's what the tool's for.
Of course,
that's
what
not
you
what you were
agree- would
doing
you
with
agree-
the tool.
So what
That's
you're
what you use
doing,
it
you're not actually using the tool for auto leveling, right? You're not using it for differential leveling.
Yes, he
No,
is.
Bev, give me a sec. He's trying to hammer a screw.
No, he's
Well,
not.
that's your
No, that's
opinion,
not a
but
good analogy.
No.
Despite that, it is what it is.
You tried to
can
use official
you can make
documents, but
observations.
now you're letting people know that what you're talking about isn't actual procedure. for
Nobody said
surveying.
it was, Beth.
You-
Nobody
you-
ever
you
represented
pretend,
this as a
you are. You're
procedure.
trying to pretend it because you're showing
telling you.
official documents for the
Yes,
tools.
I am showing official documents.
Well, yeah, but they're not talking
I am
about
showing.
going 14 miles, Blue.
They're talking about the accuracy of the instrument, Bill.
Not over
And it's an
14 miles, Blue.
It's specified. It doesn't matter. It's specified in an angle, Bill.
No, I
which
think
doesn't
you're
change with distance.
misunderstanding them. I don't.
The 1
If
arc second
anybody's
di-
thinking of
the
buying
1 arc
auto
second
levels,
deviation
please don't buy them
is-
on the Blues
occurs a foot away
opinion
from
here.
the lens
It's
of that
not
auto
the
level,
use of auto
occurs a
levels.
mile away from it, 10 miles away from it, or 100 miles away from it.
These are
It's
tools
still
for
1 arc second.
professional use.
Still 1 arc second, no matter what you say.
Please don't listen to globe.
And of course,
scientists.
and of
Oh,
course,
sorry, blue
this
marble
would be
scientists.
this would be the Ordnance Survey, and I think you've had some exchanges with these guys too, haven't you, Biv?
Yeah,
with
it's well
Twitter. I think I've
documented,
seen some of
Blue.
that
You
stuff.
should know that.
Yeah. Yeah, we're.
You
this
can
in
also
particular,
apparently you can request the DMs off Ordnance Survey that I've had with them. Contact. You can just say, "Excuse me, Ordnance Survey. Can you show me the DMs, the conversations that you had with Try Thinking?" And they'll go, "Yes, of course."
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure I probably could. I don't.
Well, we've
I've
already
seen
played
it,
half
but I
of
don't
this
do it.
already.
This statement says it all. I think. Of course, it cannot be. The Earth is round.
Chaiki was
I was only meant to be jumping through this, not
Are you doing
playing
this
the whole
for
lot.
Chaiki?
I know,
No,
but you
I'm
can't
doing
help it, can you?
because I find it very interesting.
Oh,
that
Chikey
you
came to
managed
you.
to
The Chikey's
capture,
been talking about doing this all today.
that you managed to capture all the information. Let's see, make sure I get the next slide. This
Blue,
one.
when you walk
There we go.
outside, everything looks kind of like a dome. That's way off in the distance. Don't it look like a dome around us? The way
No.
we see things.
No.
Would you agree with that at least?
No.
Does it look like a dome? I don't know.
Yeah, a little dome around.
Maybe to some people it might appear.
I mean,
that way.
even at night,
Okay.
at night
Whatever.
with the clouds. I mean, you wouldn't agree. You would at least give me that it does look like a little dome around us.
I said to
No.
some people it might. That may be what it looks like to you. It doesn't look like
Not
that
personal
to me
to him.
necessarily, but that doesn't matter. I'm not saying it doesn't to you.
Okay.
Is that fair enough?
Yeah, but the clouds above us. This is the reason I bring up the clouds. Because
Brian,
let
do you
me
not
make my
see
last
that
point.
Blue's trying to slander me or whatever with these pictures that we did when we went to do a test? Blue's talking about Blackpool Tower 14 miles in the distance away from the actual
Slandering
test
his
that we were
auto level.
doing. Stop talking
Yeah.
about clouds.
Oh, it's no attempt to slander you, Bill. I'm just looking at your picture. That's all.
Yeah, I know, but you're trying to do
Right.
something that isn't actually used within the manuals, even though you've had a few descriptions of different products there. You're going to pretend that 14 miles in the distance that people survey and can get sort of these measurement readings, which is ridiculous, Blue.
Am I imagining that that's Blackpool Tower? Is it? Or
Well,
is it not?
why wouldn't they survey those distances? Why not?
There you go.
Well, they would, but not
Roads,
with an
bridges.
auto
I'm
level.
imagining
Well,
the
yeah.
top of the Blackpool Tower is about 519 feet, and the point where your stadia tick is, there, the top one, is about 440 feet.
I wouldn't have a clue, Blue. I
Above
would
main
never
street
do
level.
that sort of ridiculous things.
Well, you
And
can
we're
get
there
the drawings.
looking at
so
the measuring rod, showing
have a look
people
at it.
exactly what you can read on the measuring rod.
And
why.
do
The
you
reason
disagree
why
with-
you don't go beyond these limits of the operating ranges of the tool. That's exactly why we were doing it.
No, there's no operating range to the tool. We've
Yeah,
already
yeah, there
established
is.
that.
That's
No.
exactly why we put
If you're
Blackpool
doing-
Tower in the background.
If you're
Blue.
doing differential leveling, that's another thing, but that's not what we're doing here.
No, we're
looking
showing
at
the
Blackpool.
optical limits of an auto
We're
level and
looking at
why
we're looking at
you
a horizontal
don't
line.
look
A
beyond
horizontal
that,
plane of
Blue.
reference. Like your crosshair there is a horizontal plane of reference, and it extends infinitely out into the distance.
Right.
So
I
would
was
you
trying to give a
disagree?
reason we see
Would
that.
you disagree that,
It's a
would you
crosshair
disagree that the
within the
crosshair is sitting at about
eyepiece, Blue.
somewhere between 90 and 100 feet above sea level, based on the height of that building?
It's the crosshair in the eyepiece of the auto level, Blue.
Yeah, but it's lined up with about I'd say 95
Within
feet
the
or so,
operating ranges of
more or
the
less.
tool, Blue.
And sea level's down below that somewhere, plus or minus. Who knows exactly where it is? I can't make it out from the picture, but I don't really care about that. And I'll tell you why. Because we've got 2 points there. One is the upper tick, stadia tick, that's there at about 440 feet, and the roof line of that building, which is about 100 feet. We can verify all of that. That's quite easy to find. Now, that's interesting because if we subtract the 100 feet from the 440 feet, we know that distance is about 340 feet, don't we? And that is from the upper stadia tick to the crosshair. That means another 340 feet down to the lower stadia tick.
At what distance would it not match a water level, Blue? Like let's say it matches the water level perfect horizontally over 100
Blue, are
meters.
you trying to
And then-
say my measuring rod's 340 feet?
No, I'm
It
saying
looks
at
about
Blackpool
a
Tower.
metre and a half or something, that, really.
At Blackpool
No,
Tower.
you're not
yeah.
equating a metre and a half with 340. I'm 340
Let him
feet
bloody
tall.
answer. Jesus.
No way, Blue. I'm not that
Don't be
big. I mean, I
silly,
may
Bill.
seem like
You're being
big
silly.
of
You're just being
stature and
silly.
all of that sort of thing, but
You're
there's no
just
way
being
I'm
silly.
340 feet.
340 feet pertains to 2 points on that building. That's all.
I think you're 100 feet on his scale.
It's 200. It's
About 100
it's
feet
2 points
above sea
on
level.
that
How can
structure.
How can you have 340
Shut
feet
up,
and then
Bev.
100
Jesus
feet?
Christ.
Okay,
Like, how does
are
that
you
even
saying
work,
Blackpool
Blue?
Tower? Are you saying
Say
Blackpool
my
Tower is only
feet
3
are
feet
like
tall? Bill? Is that what you're saying?
240 feet
3 foot
below
tall.
sea level.
Okay, so how tall is Blackpool Tower again?
Sure, you got the.
Are you
Who
saying
gave
it's
you?
only
Did
6
Shaky
feet
help you
tall?
with these numbers?
Blackpool
If
Tower
you are
doesn't look
wearing
like
a
it's
hat,
much
so you must
taller
be
than
quite
you are.
tall.
So what is it? 6 feet tall? Is that how tall Blackpool is? I'm telling you, the height between the marks.
I'd say
Delineated
ask
by
like this,
Yeah,
Blue.
he is panicking, isn't he? He's
Sorry,
panicking.
Yeah, you can
I'm
tell when
saying
a
that the
flatter
distance
panics.
between
Yeah,
between
Blue's right in the
that
chat.
tower
He is panicking.
delineated by the crosshair and the upper stadia tick is 340 feet.
I'd
That
ask,
means
I'd ask him like this, Blue. At what
No,
point
Brian,
is the
Brian,
crosshair?
please. Brian.
At what point of the crosshair is not horizontal?
that
That'd be
means
The
the way I'd ask it,
crosshairs
if I
are
was
about
Blue.
half a fucking inch away from your eyes.
well, look at this. This is amazing, Bill.
Blue,
That's about
680 feet.
680
Yeah, I know
feet.
you, but that's
From
not
upper
680 feet,
between
is it?
between the stadia marks.
You've got
If
lost,
that
Blue. You
if the
don't know what
distance
you're
of the
doing
tower, do you know what?
anymore.
Well, okay.
Who's
Here's the problem.
advised you to do this?
I don't think you understand what stadia marks are. do
I
you?
think you've absolutely
probably never
messed
used
up
them, have
there,
you?
Blue. See the measuring rod.
See, stadia marks are used for tachymetric distance estimation. That's what you use them for.
Yes.
If you know what they are. You know what do you know what the constant is?
You
for
need
your-
the
for
measuring
your auto
rod,
level?
Blue.
No, you don't.
The
Do
measuring
you know
rod
what
is
the,
a
he doesn't believe in the
constituent
measuring rod.
part of this
not necessarily.
operating
You just need to know.
procedure.
You
Yes.
simply need to know a
1 to
verified
100, Blue.
distance.
It
That's
don't
all.
have to be a measuring rod. It could be a tape measure. It could be a freaking story pole, basically.
It could be anything that you know the height of. Anything.
No, Blue.
Yes, Bev. Sorry. And
No,
680
you need
feet times the
the
100
auto
times
level, the tripod,
your factor
and
is
the
100.
measuring rod.
68,000
The
feet.
three
And
constituent
68,000 feet
parts.
is 12.9 miles. Imagine that, Bev. I can use the stadium marks and that Blackpool Tower in the background to tell you how far away you were. The auto level was about 12.9 miles away. Now, this is not very precise because we are guessing
You're
a
just
bit
using your
at
imagination,
exactly what
Blue.
point on the tower
These
is
aren't
and exactly how
standard
at what
surveying
point on that building it
procedures.
is at the crosshairs.
This is
It
ground
doesn't matter
surveying,
whether
Blue.
he is or isn't.
Absolutely
This is
proves
Proves
that the
it.
instrument is
surveying.
very good and very accurate.
You're just imagining things.
Mm,
You're
it's
not living in
amazing.
reality, Blue.
It is absolutely amazing.
Blue. If you put your story
Panic.
pole on Skunk Bay and up in the mountains, you'd see it just varying back and forth. According to you, it's moving up and down miles and miles, right? You're trying to look off in the distance with an auto level.
I'm looking at something 600, 300. I'm sorry. I'm looking at Blackpool Tower, which is 519 feet documented in height. We know how tall it is. And we can pick various points off of it and estimate the distance between those, the height of those, between those points. Just like I've done
Are
here.
you really thinking there's 340 feet tall? Me?
No, I think the tower is. I think the tower, that section of the tower,
You
where
shouldn't
the
be
upper stadia
looking at
tick
the
mark
tower,
is
Blue.
down to the roof of that building
Can
is
you not
about
see me stood
340
there
feet.
with the
Bill.
measuring rod?
Yeah, don't look at the tower. Don't look at the
Are
tower.
you saying it isn't?
No.
Can you see me stood there with a measuring rod?
I'm not
Blue?
looking at you. I'm looking at Blackpool Tower.
I know. That's hilarious. That's the funny thing about it. That's exactly why we put
That's what's so
Blackpool Tower
brilliant
there.
about this. You
Yeah,
absolutely
because you
showed us
should
something.
be looking at the measuring rod, Blue.
Well,
We're using
I'm not-
an auto level.
Okay.
We just used Blackpool Tower as a good, nice
He's not
backdrop.
using the tool the way it was designed.
Yes, he
Doing
is.
whatever gimmicks he wants to do with the tool.
Well, it's not a gimmick.
It's a
perfectly
gimmick.
legitimate.
You don't understand optics if you don't
Perfectly
understand that it
legitimate.
doesn't work
Huh.
beyond
apparently.
reading the story pole. And they'll laugh it off. You just
Blue,
This
you're
is-
laughing,
this
bro,
is
but
good,
you're
Blue.
laughing, Blue. But look, what if we put Skunk Bay
This is
to an
good,
auto
Blue,
level?
because we can do this. We've got all of the stuff set up. We've done all of the testing. We can go out there and put a camera on an auto level and go back out there and do it again. Everyone can be
absolutely can.
sat in here, right?
I know that.
And look and see what's on the auto level. We're not hiding anything.
I know you can.
Blue,
Okay.
if we looked at Skunk
I know you
Bay
can.
to an auto level up close, it would be accurate. No matter,
it-
even with all the refraction going on in the distance, the up close 100 meters away would be.
Brian, we've
spot
got
on
this. We've
accurate,
got
right?
Blackpool on this page, right? Everybody else can see it. Blackpool Tower, Blue's doing a presentation. It's not Skunk Bay.
I know, but he's showing that. I mean, I'm trying to defend what we are
but-
actually
but-
seeing.
but-
I don't
Everything is
get through
there.
it
That's all,
because
folks.
Blue's misrepresenting me because we went out there and did a test.
But
Blue's completely ignoring
Yeah.
me and the measuring rod.
No misrepresentation. He's proved it.
I just used your picture. That's all.
I got a question for Blue and Bev. Okay, at what point are the crosshairs not lining up with horizontal and don't match the water level?
What?
Don't know. We've not got that far, Brian. But we have got tests to be able to do that. But first off, we need to establish that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. If we don't do that first, nothing counts. Nothing matters.
And we got some an interesting test right here, accidentally. I know you didn't mean to do this, but it is a way of looking at something, and it's amazing, isn't it? We can estimate that the distance 13 miles away is about 680 feet at that tower.
So you think that proves Earth curve, right? Blue, you think that proves
Well,
Earth
just hold
curve?
on. Just hold on a minute. We haven't proven anything yet.
There's no estimating
what
in
I've shown.
differential leveling.
Well, I'm not differential leveling now, am I?
Then you're not. Then put the tool away.
I'm not.
Go get yourself a scope and just look at shit.
Can we be honest to everybody here, Blue? Can we be honest, right, with everybody here?
I'm being
my
very honest,
position,
yeah.
yes,
That'd be
my
first.
position, I will be honest. My position is that level is a straight
Well,
line
Carl.
on a horizontal plane. And
And
your
my
position is
I'll say
different.
what mine is.
Go on.
My position is level is not horizontal.
That's just a knot.
Not.
Okay. So, like, sloping?
Level is not horizontal.
So it could be a slope then.
Level is a curved line.
It's
is
a
what it is.
curve, right? Okay, that's a little bit more specific.
All right.
Okay.
But
Oh, you've only been
horizontal
told
is
that a
still
million
straight,
times.
My
even
position
if
is
it's
level is
Level's nice and straight. But look, here's the curious part. We do all of these things and we come up with your numbers. You said you were 13 miles away. The stadium marks on your instrument say you were 13 miles away.
Okay. So that
I'd say that
tool
looks
there,
pretty
the
good.
auto level, is establishing a horizontal.
Yeah, it
But
is.
you don't think that's level. So
No, that's not
where
level.
is the level in that picture?
Oh, it's below that point. I'll show you here in a second. Let's see. That's what we see, right?
in your world. It
But
goes
we
up,
know that-
right? Level
but
goes
we
up
know-
and then back
Well,
down.
yeah, so on the measuring rod, let's say it's reading 1.5 meters.
Can we see the
Right.
crosshairs in the image?
I'm
And
not
then
looking
you're
at the
going to
measuring
say
rod.
The
there's a
page?
curvature.
No, I'm not looking at the measuring rod at all. I'm saying
Yeah,
this is what we
you
should
can see the three.
What?
Yeah, but
No, man. You don't even understand what the
That
tools
one on the
used
left
for.
is from the beach outside
we
at
should see.
Blackpool. No, it's not. It's like
This
a
is what we should see, yeah.
completely different perspective, Blue.
Your stud,
Blue,
your auto
Blue,
level
no,
is stood
no,
what?
Blue,
5 feet off the
Blue,
beach.
Blue, please.
Your water level is stood
No,
what, Bev? 5
there is
feet off
about
the beach.
1 mile of buildings before you get to Blackpool Tower in the picture that you're looking at before. That picture is a picture of the front of Blackpool Tower, which isn't where Blackpool Tower is. It's not. You
This
can't
is
get
priceless.
a picture from
Yeah.
Southport of Blackpool Tower's front. It's not
No,
possible.
I know that. I know that, Bev. I realize
So
you
there's
can't do
one.
that.
There's what you've got
I
here.
realize
You've
you
got
can't do that.
Southport Beach.
But that
You've got
building is the
Ainsdale
tallest
Beach, right?
building.
Blue. Then you've got
That building you're
Preston
looking at there.
Port. There's a channel where boats
This one
can
right
go in.
here.
Then you've got Lytham St Anne's front.
Oh, there's
there,
the cross,
And
there's
then
the
you've
top of
got
his
a
head.
mile's worth of
Yeah.
buildings between St
That
Anne's,
little
Lytham St
bit
Anne's,
right
and
there,
where Blackpool
this
Tower
little
is.
bit right
Yes,
here.
it's
And you
miles
see,
away.
this is this roof line, and that's this roof line here. And all these buildings that you're talking about are lower than this one. So that's the highest thing we're seeing. That's the thing that's blocking the bottom of.
But that's looking
Blackpool-
from the
of
front
tower
of
itself.
Blackpool Tower.
This is you're looking at it from this direction, where my
Which
little hand
direction?
is right there.
Hey, Blue,
That's
Blue,
where
it
you're
says
looking at
to not
from. So-
past 100 meters because And this is the answer to the question. The answer is past 100 meters that the auto levels crosshairs.
Why would it matter what direction you're looking at it
because
from?
of whatever you want to call it? But look, you
It
can't
doesn't-
shoot way off in the distance. It specifically tells you not to. So if you're trying to use the crosshairs lining up on Blackpool Tower, when the booklet says
Sure
not
you
to
can.
because it's not horizontal.
Sure you can, Brian.
What
The
are you talking about?
accuracy doesn't-
It's
The
not
angular,
to.
the angular accuracy of the auto level doesn't change with distance.
Well, then why would it
It
say
can't.
that then, Blue? Why would it
Where does it
say
say?
that?
What
Why
says
would
it?
it? Why would it say that it's
I
not
don't know what
accurate?
you're referencing, Brian.
But
No,
number
you,
of
well, just say we know
number
this.
of
If
full of,
100 meters,
of
it's not
full-
accurate.
All right, look. The fact is, that's what you ought to see, and that's not what we see. We don't
Right,
see
wait,
it
if
at
it's Earth curve, then it'd still be accurate, right?
Ryan,
If the Earth is curving,
please.
then it would still be accurate, right?
all. What did I just do? Let me see.
You're saying that it's not. I mean, they're telling you it's not accurate past 100 meters. The
Who?
booklet, the
Who?
manufacturers, but you're saying that it is, and we can measure Earth curve. I mean, if it's accurate, then why are they
No,
saying it's not accurate?
Blue's
Blue?
already said he's not looking at the measuring rod.
Not looking at it. Don't
Yeah.
care about your measuring rod. I'm not looking at
But
that. I'm looking at
that's
the
one
tower.
of the constituent parts of
Well,
an auto
here's
level.
the question. Here was the question: is the instrument accuracy a problem? Now, for an auto level with a measurement accuracy of 1/8 of an inch at 150
the
feet, and that's a really
measuring
shitty
rod.
auto level.
The
That's a
measuring
shitty
rod,
one.
Blue.
That's
The
one with a,
measuring
that's
rod.
one with like with a 24x optic on it. 1/8 inch at 150 feet over
You never
13
wonder
miles.
why
the
I'm always got a
accuracy of it
measuring rod
then
in my hands.
becomes 0.125 times 5280 per mile times 13 miles divided by 150 feet. The accuracy at 13 miles of that auto level is 57.2 inches, or about 5
And
feet.
why are they saying not to
But-
do it past 100
but-
meters then, Blue? Why?
Because you need the measuring rod.
But an instrument like
Bev, I was
this,
asking
it's an
Blue.
excellent
I
instrument.
know the answer, Bev. I was asking
An
Blue,
excellent
man.
instrument.
You gotta
And
stop
Bev's-
ignoring the
Bev's
measuring
instrument-
rod.
Bev's instrument is like
Stop
16
ignoring the
0.0655
measuring rod.
times 5,280 times 13 divided by 250. Your instrument, Bev, will only be off about 17 inches at 13 miles.
Yeah, which is not a lot, really.
Not really, no.
How about
That's
pretty
that?
good going.
hilarious.
That's the way it works. Sorry.
So it's accurate all the way up to the miles, basically. So why do they say
No.
not to
No, of
use
course,
it past
of
20
course,
feet?
of course, you don't have a measure.
Okay.
Of course, you don't
Brilliant,
have a
Blue.
measuring rod.
Let's go with that. It's accurate up to that. So that picture
Hmm.
there shows what? The Blackpool Tower. There's a drop, is there?
Yeah.
Okay. Of how much drop?
Well, we're about to get to that. The roof of the building is at 100 feet above sea level.
But wait, there's more.
The distance to Blackpool is about 13 miles. Over that distance, the drop at 8 inches per mile squared is 112.7 feet.
What about the cloud in the
That's how much
background,
drop.
Blue? You gonna analyze that?
I'm worried
The cloud.
about the cloud. I'm worried about because I don't know how big the cloud is, and I don't know how far away the cloud is.
You know,
Now,
it's
if you
you know,
can figure
cumulus
out how
clouds
far away
can't
the
form
cloud
under
is.
1 mile, right? It
And I
can't
can't
form
even
under
figure
1
out
mile.
how far it is,
Come on,
away
Brian,
it is
forget
because
about
I
the
don't know the
cloud.
size
Come
of
on,
it.
please, man.
So 112.7 feet would be the actual geometric drop. But we got a problem. We've got refraction involved, and refraction is going to reduce that amount of drop. It always does. When you take refraction into account, the drop ought to be about 94 feet. Now that is, in fact, exactly what we're seeing. That's about how much drop you see there. Stick it in Walter Bilson's curve calculator.
You mean 7/6R?
Yeah.
So light knows the size of the Earth now. All of a
For
sudden,
standard that's just based on standard refraction. It worked out quite well. This is run simply with standard refraction, and you see.
Yeah, so it's flattened out your road a little bit.
Somebody
The drop's about
Brian,
94
please,
feet.
I'm sorry, Blue. Brian, Blue's trying to give a presentation here. This isn't the way we act.
You can talk. You've been doing most of the talking. In hell. Jesus Christ.
Pot meat kettle.
It's true, but
Yeah, right, exactly.
What you're doing is you're taking a picture.
You won't
from
bloody
somebody.
shut up.
Hey, man, give us presentation, man.
You're ignoring.
That's right, Brian. You're right. Yeah, you go on, Brian. Give him some.
Bev just muted
Ignoring what
Brian.
we were actually ignoring what we went there for.
Yeah, shut up,
You're
Brian.
looking in beyond the limits of the actual tool to
No, I'm
measure
not looking
a
beyond the limits.
drop.
There are no limits to the tool. We've already established that. There's no maximum specified. So that's what Bisland's. That's what Bisland's
I'd say
calculator
that there
says
is definitely
would happen
limits, Blue.
at standard refraction 7/6R. Let's make refraction really bad. How about this one? I ran it. Look at the coefficient of refraction I've got down here now. Instead of 0.17, I've got 0.5. Strong refraction. That doesn't look like a day that had strong refraction, but okay. You still have 57 feet of drop, 56 feet of drop. That's not what that's what we're seeing.
So you're saying there's an elevation drop?
I'm saying that, what do you mean, an elevation drop?
Well, as I say, the auto level, the tool, establishes a horizontal plane, and any change in the vertical from that will be classed as an elevation change.
It's not an elevation change. It's a drop from horizontal.
That's what the tool does, Blue. That's what an auto level does.
So it establishes a horizontal, and the building in the distance, this being Blackpool, has dropped.
No, on the measuring
feet.
rod.
There's not elevation
from the horizontal.
Elevation.
Through differential leveling, you get to measure the measuring rod, and then each point has a point of equal elevation.
Well, that's right, because differential leveling is designed to remove Earth curvature.
Okay.
That's why we do it. When you shoot equal foresights and backsights, it washes out Earth curvature. It eliminates refraction. It even eliminates culmination inaccuracy.
Okay, for buildings and concrete slab and stuff like that, but not what.
Yeah,
that's a different use.
Equal foresights and backsights eliminate errors resulting from refraction, resulting from Earth curvature, or resulting from an instrument problem in culmination.
Parallel horizontals to measure elevation changes.
So that's how it actually works.
Yeah. Establishing parallel horizontals to establish a vertical change from that horizontal. And that is what we consider an elevation change. A change in the vertical.
That's what you consider.
No, it's not. No, for fuck's sake. Why is he not getting it? I think he does.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, exactly. He does get it.
That's an elevation
That is not a change in elevation.
Destroys his narrative.
Definitely not.
From the tool, the auto level, yes. A change in that is what we call a change in elevation.
No, that's what
he's going to keep repeating it back.
But that's what you call it.
Yeah.
Now that's up to you.
He'll keep repeating himself, and then he ends up agreeing with himself. He does it time and time again. Then he'll say something and go, "Yeah,
you're perfectly free to say that." But that is that.
Yeah, he's persuading himself what he's talking about is true.
Yeah. That's it. It's not agreeing with who he's talking to.
No,
he agrees with himself.
That's a better way to say it.
An elevation.
So how do you? Well, how do we go about explaining this then? Is the auto level, was it improperly adjusted or something?
You don't.
You set it up right?
You don't look that far with the auto level. You should be looking at the measuring rod and saying, "I can't even read that number, so that's obviously out of range." That's what you should be saying, Blue.
Did you set the thing up right, or?
You're not even looking at the measuring rod, Blue. You're ignoring.
No, I'm looking at black
measuring
rod.
rod.
I don't care about the measuring rod.
Then you're not using.
Yeah, it doesn't need
I don't
to.
know how many times we gotta say this.
No, but that's
You're
why
trying
we
to
did it,
hammer
bro.
a fucking screw, bro.
That's why we
Are
did
the
it.
elevations in the picture in the
do you try to
distance,
hammer
and the
screws?
distance is not reported
No, Blue.
correctly?
Give me a second, Blue. Do you use a hammer when trying to screw?
Oh, shut
into
up.
A board? Do you use a hammer?
What's that got to do with anything? What the hell?
Well, that's what you're doing right now.
No, that's
With
not
the
what I'm
auto
doing.
level. That's exactly what you're doing with the auto level.
Not what I'm doing.
100%. You can say no, but tell me how you're not. Tell me how you're not.
I'm using an auto level to do what an auto level does, which is establish a horizontal
and what does it
point
do?
of reference. It establishes.
Just like the hammer, it hammers in nails.
You got a guy 14 miles away marking your horizontal?
Don't need it marking.
Well, you asked a
got
question. Now
I've
shut
got
the fuck up and let me
You're not
documented
measuring.
tower out there, and
You're
I
not
know the
measuring.
elevations of that tower.
Good job, Blue. See now.
It works perfectly. So if the elevations and distances are
resorting to ad hoc
what else
insults.
is doing?
Yeah.
Is it severe refraction? I just
No,
showed you.
nothing else left.
Severe refraction doesn't get rid of the problem. Gets rid of a part of it, but doesn't get rid of all of it.
You know you want to debate when they
Does that
start
tower
saying
periodically
resorting to
sink
that.
into the freaking ocean? That doesn't seem to be reasonable either.
Yeah, you just
How about
don't
this?
use it over those distances.
Maybe level isn't horizontal after all. Maybe that bit on the left that I'm pointing at is
So you need to
level,
rechange your
and
quote
maybe those
with
lines up
Bev's
here on the
voice.
right
Level
side
isn't
are
horizontal.
What?
And maybe the other bits in the
Level
center
isn't
are
horizontal.
Yeah, that's it.
Maybe
Yeah.
that's it.
Do you really think that?
Absolutely, I do.
We all think that, Bob.
Except the idiot flat earthers.
Yeah, that's
That went for the time it did, and I was going to pause it now and again, but we ended up watching.
No,
the
it was
whole
good.
lot.
It was good. Yeah.
It was too
last
good
last
to-
night, the full stream was much more painful than that.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay.
Much,
So we
much,
missed. So we
much more
missed out.
painful.
So we missed out on some other good bits, you reckon?
Well,
So,
what about good bits?
So, any thoughts, Blue? Any words of wisdom about that?
Yeah, well, one thought is it's hard to. It's very hard to listen to now that I go back and listen to it. And yeah, I got some thoughts. Apparently, Bev thinks that if I run a red light and the red light camera catches my tag on my car, but it accidentally picks up a dead body in the trunk of my car, I'm off scot-free because the dead body picture can't be used in court because that's not what the camera was designed to take a picture of.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. I think
Makes
That's a really good
perfect
analogy.
sense.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. It has been designed to measure distances. Does he know what the three lines mean? Does he even have any idea what the top and the bottom cross
I
there
don't really think he understands what stadium ticks are.
I wouldn't get your hopes up. He doesn't use the auto level.
Mm-mm.
Will they be
He'll flout
degrees?
his so-called qualification in surveying.
Can I guess
but you'll
what they
not.
are if I don't know what they are?
All levels, whether auto, manual, even theolites, all have the three lines.
Yeah.
Is it
Up
degrees
in the
like
optics for that.
certain degrees?
Well,
it's a steady distance.
Yeah,
you can do it. Bro. Go for it, bro.
Yeah, it's very straightforward. Of course, the center line, the long line is the crosshair, but then you've got that tick mark above it and one below it. And if you know the precise distance of the object that you're looking at, it fits between those two marks, those two stadium marks, and you multiply then that distance times 100, and that's the usual constant that you find, you get your distance from the target. In other words, if you hold up a rod and you read between the two stadium marks and it's 5 feet, right? You can measure that. You can see the rod. You can see that from the top stadium mark down to the bottom one is 5 feet. You are 500 feet away from the target.
Wow.
It's just a way of estimating distance. And actually, it can be quite accurate if you're close. The further away you are, the harder this is to do, of course.
When I started surveying, we used to use that method for measuring stockpiles, because obviously EDMs and other things didn't exist. So Stadia was the easiest way to do it.
Yeah. What it's really handy for is you can pretty accurately figure out that you're at the center when you're doing differentials. You can look at the back sight and see what that distance is, and then just get the guy with the stick moving to the front sight to be get the same reading between your stadium marks, and then you're in the middle. It comes in handy for that.
Yeah. if you want to set out a circle, it's another way. If you're doing a very big circle, you can get yourself in the center and then use that to to step it around.
Yeah.
Yep.
Without having to pull a tape or anything.
Yeah. Because anything, I mean, for a tape is anything under 20 meters, you might use a tape. But if you're between 20 and say 50, 60 meters, then you can use Stadia quicker. Mind you,
but
we wouldn't do that
the
now.
idiotic point that Bev doesn't understand is number one, that angle doesn't have anything to do with distance. If the thing is good, to 1 arc second, it doesn't matter whether you're a foot away or a mile away or 100 miles away. 1 arc second is still 1 arc second.
Yeah.
Makes
We already know he,
and
we already
now
know he has no concept. Yeah.
Now all you got to have is something that you can reference to that you know the height of. That's all. Now that could be the pole that Bev was holding. If you're close enough to it that you can read the markings on it. If not, get a better fucking pole. Get a big one, okay? And they do. They make all kinds of grade poles that you could use. Some of them have marks every 1/16 of an inch if you're looking for really precise stuff. Some of them will have marks every inch if you're going fair distances with it. You can make them any size you want. There's nothing to stop you from going to the building at Blackpool and building and making yourself some 10-foot high letters numbers and sticking them on the side of that thing. You could read that. Same thing.
The other thing we would do over bigger distances when we're using the staff is you use a big marker that you can actually see, like big black and white marker with a line, and you hold that against the line, and then the person with the staff can say, "Where is that? Is that because all you could see from the auto level is the black and white to be able to position your marker, and then they can read off what it says on the staff. You don't have to be able to necessarily read off what's on the staff, as long as somebody can. That's true. Another way. That's another way of doing it. You don't have to actually see it physically, the numbers in the staff. You just need to be able to have someone know where you're looking. So
you got
that's another way.
Right, and you've got more sophisticated types of auto levels too, like digital auto levels. And for those, you've got a stick that's got the barcode on the side of it, and the auto level itself reads that barcode, and it can do that a lot better than you can with your eyes. And they're about 10 times as accurate as your eyeball is.
But yes, they are right in that auto levels you wouldn't usually use for big distances. They are toys for builders.
Well, that's quite true, but it doesn't mean that they don't work.
No,
they work fine. I don't know surveyors that would use an auto level very often. Why do that? You've got a theodolite. Why drag 2 pieces of equipment around? A theodolite will do it just as well. Better, actually.
I've only seen builders use them because they're cheaper and they're good for small stuff.
Yeah.
Alan, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
No, that's right. That's okay.
Well, bit of a bad headache, but
We're just nodding off there, just checking you out.
Yeah. It's getting a bit late.
Poor Bev seemed to be in a bit of a panic there, though.
He did.
For a little bit there.
Yeah.
To me, they're in a panic every time they go to talk over you.
That's one of the tells. When he starts talking over you like that, he's panicking, and when he starts holding a different conversation.
I thought it was when he's trying to be nice.
Huh?
Nah.
Oh, when he he says, "Oh no, be quiet," because Blue's trying to give his presentation.
Yeah, to Brian.
and then he won't shut up himself. This cracks me.
He was terrified that Brian was really going to put his foot in his mouth. That's what it was.
Yeah, that's right.
Bill's smart enough to know how dumb Brian is.
Yep.
You got anything for us? You got anything for us, Paul?
Yeah, I've got a quiz for you.
Are you?
If you want.
You don't need to go to bed too early tonight, do you?
No, I can sleep in tomorrow. That's fine.
Oh, getting a line.
But we're not.
It's sunny
Yeah, but
tomorrow.
we're still not going to stay up too late.
No. Doesn't mean I'm going to stay up till 3 o'clock or anything.
No.
I was up very late today. Very, very late. Didn't
Yeah.
sleep until about 5, 6 in the morning. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're awake
Yeah.
I
now,
better
though.
put on my quiz.
Not
clothes.
really awake. No, no, still really not. It's no. I keep getting these moments. It's just part of my condition where I just suddenly like flicker the switch, just get really tired, like really, really tired, and then a few minutes later I could be fine again, or it could go on all day. Who knows?
Well, we'll have to wake you up then.
Oh, hello. Yes, that has woken up.
Usually does the job, doesn't it?
Oh, don't tell me I walked away from the keyboard at the wrong time.
Yeah, okay, we won't.
I've got to be careful because my missus is just not far, about 10 feet away.
Hey, love, come over here and look at the Norks on this one. Yeah.
She doesn't mind too much. She doesn't mind.
Hey, Matt, say out loud what you can see.
No.
Yeah, welcome to Catchphrase. Say what you see. Say what you see.
But as the saying goes, I might be on a diet, but I still look at the menu. So, yeah.
All right.
All right. Here we go then. Question number 1. A relation between this force and entrainment speed and viscosity is displayed through the Strybeck curve. What force are we talking about?
Where's Clive? Clive, help.
Use the force, Luke.
All right, next clue. This force causes the build-up of charge in the triboelectric effect. What force?
Triboelectric effect. Never heard of it.
Quite the right word that I'd use, Alan.
Sorry?
It's not quite the right word that I'd use.
Yes, I know what word I'd use. That word
Amundsen's, Amundsen, that's the one, Alan. Amundsen's laws say that this force is directly proportional to the applied load, but independent of the contact area. What force? Not the Coriolis force, nerds. No.
Not really
And we
looking
have
up
a winner out in the peanuts, along with Alan, who said friction. Well done, Judy Bassett. It's indeed friction. For a car on a banked circular turn, this force on the wheels provides the centripetal force. Yes. Friction.
Would have got it from that.
Yeah. The strength of this force equals the normal force times the static or kinetic coefficient, denoted mu. Name this force that opposes motion, notably latent on ice.
Yeah.
It is, in fact, friction. Yes. Okay, well done. Question 2. The SIR model uses 3 compartments to study these events. What events? What's the SIR model? A severity assessment framework for these events superseded a severity index that only looked at fatalities. What kind of events? Researchers studied how players did things like abandon cities during a virtual one of these events in World of Warcraft, known as Corrupted Blood. What are these events? That's the one, Timbo Turtle. You've got it.
Yeah, I just got it as well, but I can't remember how to spell it.
I spelled it again, it's spelled the same way.
Not earthquakes, no. The basic reproduction number called R helps model the rate of these events.
Yeah, there you go. I've got it, I think. as well. Yeah.
That's the one, Big Blue.
That should give it away.
Yeah.
I'll accept that answer, Matt, but that's not the word I was looking for.
Oh, isn't it? Okay, but you accept it. It's near enough.
Yeah. An
that
indexed
doesn't count,
case
Cal.
or patient zero is the source of these events, which can be tracked using contact tracing. Now, that should tell you what it is. Not epidemics, Alan. No, close, but not epidemics.
Mm.
Name this disastrous type of event, such as the one caused by COVID-19. That's the one, Clive Wells. Well done. Pandemics is the one that I was thinking. Yes, the pandemic.
Oh, I was close. I was close enough.
Yeah. Well,
what did you
Diseases
say,
or
Mark?
viruses. I said diseases or viruses. I mean, that's
Yeah.
what a pandemic is. Isn't it? So,
Yeah,
the
it
virus.
usually is, yeah.
Reproductive rates and all the rest of it. That's what gave it away.
Yeah.
And if you spell it
All
wrong,
right.
you get pandemices.
I couldn't remember. I was stupidly. I could not. I had a brain fart. I couldn't remember how to spell diseases. I had to look it up. Just got the brain fart.
Zombie apocalypse. Yes.
Question 3. One theorem named for this number is equivalent to the statement that no snark is planar.
Snark.
Did you misspell that word?
Snark.
Yeah.
Snark.
No? Okay. That theorem is generalized by a theorem named for Hadwiger. What number?
I'm even more confused.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh. The smallest non-cyclic group has this number of elements and is named for Felix Klein.
Ooh, that name's rings a bell somewhere. Still none the wiser though.
It couldn't be that number, Clive. It wouldn't be that easy.
Did he say 42 by any chance?
Apple and
Close.
were aided by a computer in proving a theorem named for this number of colours. The colour theorem. What is it?
Oh,
Hmm.
oh, bugger! I know what it is, but I can't remember the right name.
This is the highest degree for which there exists a general solution for solving polynomials, as shown by Abel and Ruffini.
Lost me
I
now.
agree with Spooky. It's got to be that. Oh, you're making me hungry now.
Come on. The smallest platonic solid has this many faces. That's the one, Alan Evans. Yes, but Clive got it long ago. I think he got it on the second clue. It is indeed 4. And
Oh.
not going to time me out.
Simple as that, is it?
Wow.
Yes.
4.
Yeah.
4.
Oh, really?
4.
No, I'm
Yeah.
I was
thinking-
expecting to be a long.
I
I was expecting to be a long, complex number or something.
Yeah.
4.
I thought
So does that mean the people that said-
I thought they were just playing around in the side chat. Like, oh no.
No.
So,
Yeah, so
the
did
people
I.
that- the people that said 42 at the start were half right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're half right. Wow.
Oh dear.
Now for question 4. In a 1963 judicial review of this action, the court ruled it was illegal by the 1907 Hague regulations.
Ooh, I know something about these things.
What action?
Is that also
was
pronounced
illegal?
Hague?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hague.
Hague.
Some people say, do you say Hague? Depends who you talk to.
Not jaywalking, no.
I think it's actually Den Haag, isn't it? Because it's a place in the Netherlands.
Yeah, they probably pronounce it Hague. Yeah, that's probably where you hear it.
Not using landmines, Timbo, no. Robert McNamara admitted this action could have resulted in being prosecuted as war criminals.
No, this is all starting to ring bells, but still don't know.
I took an early shot to try and beat everyone.
There you go.
Was wrong.
Dora confirmed I said it correctly.
Egg.
Den Haag sounds like Paul said here.
Not importing of haggis. No. Not torture. No. This action coincided with the Soviet invasion of the Kuril Islands and Manchuria.
Oh. I know about
Not
that, but I
Agent
don't.
Orange, not Fleurfism, not shooting prisoners. That's the one,
Have a guess,
Alan.
but I already have a guess. Have a guess.
Specific case, though, Alan.
Farmers, you should be able to get this. This is history, and it's your era.
Commonly cited justification for this action are casualties that would have resulted from an invasion of Kyushu and Honshu.
Yeah,
I'm guessing it's that specific one then.
I've heard of all of these invasions, but I'm just none the wiser at all.
Oh.
Yeah, and the first one as well. I think the peanuts are getting it out there.
That's
first-
why I did use the plural in the my first.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Damn it.
We see Robert
Yeah.
McNamara confused me because
Yeah.
that's all to do with Vietnam.
Yeah, exactly.
First instance of this action was carried out by the Enola Gay with devices developed by the Manhattan Project. You know what it is now.
Oh, yeah.
Batman and Little Boy were
Atomic
used during
bomb.
what 1945 action by the United States, which ended World War II in the Pacific. It was the dropping of the atomic bombs on Japan. Yeah.
And what was the name of the other plane? See, nobody remembers that one. Boxcar.
Boxcar, spelled B-O-X-X.
No, B-O-C-K
I'm sorry,
apostrophe S, as in
B-O-C-K.
box. Box is car.
Right.
Yeah. Nobody remembers the second one. They all remember Enola Gay. They never remember
Well, if you give
Boxcar.
us a second, we'll answer it.
Yes, Farmer.
Ask the question, followed by the answer. And then
Blue got
somebody
it.
could get it.
Blue got it.
I got it.
Here you go. Another. Oh, I'll let Paul get on with the quiz.
Well, before he asks the question, you've got
another,
time.
Another useless bit of trivia that a member of the crew on Boxcar was the only person to have been awarded the Victoria Cross, not for a single act of gallantry.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Leonard Cheshire, former commanding officer of 617 Squad.
Oh, he was on Boxcar, was he?
Yes, he was the RAF observer. And
Oh.
he was awarded a Victoria Cross for continuous acts of outstanding bravery while commanding 617 Squadron.
Continuous acts. Very good. So he was the only person that got it for continuous acts rather than a single act of bravery.
Yes.
Is that what you said? Yeah.
Yes.
Interesting. Never knew that.
Okay, next question. Question 5. The self version of this quantity for an isolated spherical conductor is 4 pi epsilon naught r. What is this quantity?
Never going to get this in a million years.
A million years.
The cutoff frequency of simple low-pass filters is defined by a time constant given by multiplying resistance by this quantity. Not inductance, Blue, no. That's the one, Alan Evans. But you were comprehensively beaten out in the chat by Clive Wells, who got it right from the word go. Blue.
I was
done,
going to go
Clive.
with that for the first question. First one was a bit unsure.
I'll give you the rest of the clues anyway, but well done, Clive. This quantity is summed when its namesake devices are in parallel. The effect of a dielectric on this quantity is directly proportional to the dielectric constant times itself, inversely proportional to plate separation and equal to charge over voltage. Name this quantity that describes the ability of a device to hold charge measured in farads. That would have given it away.
Farads, yeah.
Yeah. It is
Farads.
capacitance.
I know.
Parallel
if you put
plate
too much
capacitance.
charge on them, this is what happens.
Yeah. ER, area over distance.
Yep.
For a parallel plate.
Well done. Question 6. One play by this author takes place at Monkswell Manor during a snowstorm and opens with the death of Maureen Lyon. Who is this author?
Snowstorm.
You are correct, Alan Evans.
I can even tell you the name of the play.
You can, but you can type it to me in the chat if you like. In that play, Sergeant Trotter attempts to murder Molly, but is dissuaded by Miss Casewell, his long-lost sister.
Oh, I think we might have did this play at school. I think maybe. I'm not sure.
Like you went to school? You're not sure you went to school?
No, I think we might have did this play in English literature or something.
Spooky Bedhair got it out in the Peanuts, followed by Clive Wells, and Alan got it first, though, with Agatha Christie.
Oh.
What play is it? Does anyone
the
know what
Mousetrap.
play it is?
Sorry.
It's what?
It's Mousetrap.
No, it's not Mousetrap.
Oh, okay. That was my guess.
That would be, yeah. But in one novel by this author, an American named Ratchet is revealed to be responsible for the death of the child Daisy Armstrong. That man is stabbed 12 times by the other passengers of the title train. What one is this, Alan?
That one is Murder on the Orient Express.
You are correct, yes. The
Oh.
Belgian detective Hercule Poirot is a recurring character in the work of what author of Murder on the Orient Express? It is Agatha Christie. Well done.
Oh, okay.
No thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm a bit of a fan.
Yeah. Question 7. The Pigeon League opposed this idea.
Flying cats.
Hmm.
Not playing chess.
I'd be guessing.
After being interrogated about this idea, one man allegedly mused, "Et pour se muove."
Whatever that means.
What is this idea? It's not using pigeons to guide missiles. No.
Yeah, because they already tried that. We tried that in the second one.
Allowing girls to play baseball. No.
Oh,
not shotguns.
Girls do play baseball. It's called rounders.
Oh, I'm glad you said that as well.
Thomas Kuhn primarily examined this non-chemistry idea as an example of a major paradigm shift in the structure of scientific revolutions. What is this idea? To reconcile the old Ptolemaic model with this one, Tycho Brahe developed his Tychonic system. What was this idea? Not very tiny toilets, no. That's the one, Alan. And followed very closely by Truth Nerds out in the Peanuts. Well done, guys. It is, in fact, heliocentrism, yes.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Galileo was tried and put under house arrest for supporting this idea. Yeah. Nicholas Copernicus pioneered what now established fact about Earth's place in the solar system.
Yeah, that would have given it.
Yeah. Now, you see, if you knew your other languages, you would have known that "et pour se muove" means what?
Something to do with it moving?
Yeah. And yet it moves.
That's what move, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yet it moves. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What language is that? Is that French or what? Italian? Only working boys.
It's foreign.
Seeing as he was Italian, it was probably.
Oh, right. Okay. Italian. It's Latin. Yeah. Latin. Yeah. French.
Yeah, French.
Foreign muck.
It's all bloody foreign, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yeah. You bleeding what?
Question 8. In one story by this author, 2 men find a filled purse and one tells the other to stick to your eye, since you would not say we before. What author is this? A crow in one of this author's stories drops stones in a pitcher of water so he can drink it. It's not Tolkien.
No.
Timbo,
I'm just trying to get in early. It's all right.
You are allowed to have other guesses.
Thank you.
A story by this author is resolved when a fox dismisses the grapes he cannot reach as being sour. Who is the author? Not Edgar Allan Poe, no.
It's sold.
That is correct, Alan Evans.
And I even spelt it correctly for once.
Yes,
Alan.
and so did John McMunn out in the Peanuts. It is Aesop. Done.
All right, okay.
Aesop's Fables, yeah.
I've got
This
clue.
author wrote of a boy who isn't believed when he cries about a wolf, and also told of a hare whose overconfidence causes him to lose a race to a tortoise. The tortoise and the hare, yeah.
Yep.
Greek teller of numerous fables, it is Aesop. Yeah. Alrighty, question 9, the penultimate question. These particles come in current and constituent types, the latter of which possess no asymptotic freedom. What particles? Oh, we've got music for this one.
I think Clive's got a good chance for this one then.
Yeah, whatever Clive says.
The model of these particles arose from a separate model called the Eightfold Way. That's the one, Timbo.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going
Got to be something in it.
And Carl Edwards out in the Peanuts got it too, with quarks. Or quarks, however you want to say it.
Okay.
Didn't you run a bar?
They're the only particles that interact with all 4 fundamental forces. And the emission of a W boson from these particles changes their flavour. Mesons consist of one of these particles and its anti-counterpart. Protons and neutrons are made of 3 of these things whose colour charges cancel out. Although, as Anton told us, there is some speculation that the proton might be a pentaquark.
Okay.
Name these elementary particles that come in forms like charm, strange, up and down, and top and bottom. They are.
Should ask Lindsay about the quarks.
Yeah.
No, let's not. Please don't. Please don't.
And the last question, question 10. In Athens, these people could be given 500 drachmas and free meals in the city hall for life.
There it goes.
Who are these people?
Got my mug. Sorry about that.
Hey, I did that yesterday, and it was a full mug. The other day, and I did that. It was a full mug of tea.
Oh, was it? Yeah. Well, luckily this is empty and it didn't break. That's right.
The mug didn't break, but
quite.
have you ever tried to soak up a full cup of tea when it's dripping off your desk onto a laminate
Yeah,
floor?
I have one. I have once before. Yes.
They're not priests, no. Niska of Sparta is the most celebrated female one of these people.
Kind of interested in this side of history, but not ringing any bells.
Timbo is correct with his answer.
No, I'm not
prostitutes.
spelling is crap.
Not gladiators, not ladies who could see into the future, not Spinal Tap drummers or oracles. No.
Gladiators weren't paid.
No.
The hot after
These people would treat their bodies with olive oil, which was said to produce a masculine scent. That's correct, Alan Evans. Yes, you've got it as well. Not executioners.
I think it's a fact I hear about maybe every 4 years. I hear about this fact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Ekaheria was a truce that allowed these people to safely travel. Not philosophers or wrestlers.
Yeah, I can't imagine philosophers covering themselves in oil somehow.
No. These people would be rewarded with a crown or wreath of olive leaves.
Oh.
I think it's that, my last answer.
That is correct, Matt.
Yay!
Well done, yes. A series of 5 events these people could participate in was called the pentathlon. And I think we have a right answer out in the peanuts with Rodent.
Yeah.
Nullus name.
Rodent, no last name.
No last name, yeah, which is
Rodent,
Olympiona or Olympians, Olympic athletes.
Bloody athletics.
Charles Edwards, yes. Name these people in ancient Greece who could compete in events like wrestling and javelin throw at the Olympics. They were.
Why did they always show that Australian athlete?
Yeah, except ancient Greeks would never allow women to compete, that's for sure. And
No.
it didn't matter what event they competed in, they covered themselves in oil, just to make themselves look more masculine, apparently.
And naked.
And they often competed naked too. I mean,
Yeah, they did.
Wouldn't you be more interested in watching the Olympics if all the female athletes were naked and covered in olive oil?
Yeah.
I might be more inclined to watch such a boring thing. Yes.
It depends on which event.
The winners of the Olympics and things like that quite often they would enter at all the events, and the ones that won the most were quite seen as kind of gods almost. You know, they've made statues of them and all sorts of things. They were kind of like the champion of whatever part of Greece you actually came from, because it was all split into kind of like kingdoms. And it was like, you know, who's gonna win the Olympics now, and who's gonna be the reigning champions, and from what region of Greece you come from.
Yeah.
And of course,
anyway,
just another one for the conspiracy theorists out there. One of the things they're pretty sure the Antikythera mechanism could do was calculate when the next Olympic Games was going to be.
Right, that's right. Yeah,
that was kind of really important for the ancient Greeks.
Yeah, it was. They let the gods decide. Yeah.
So one of the wheels actually counts up for when the Olympiads would be on the 4-year cycle.
Yeah.
There you go. That's your quiz.
Oh, thanks for that.
No, thank you.
There you go.
I got the same amount as I usually get.
What? I got all the questions wrong again, did I, Terry?
Yeah.
Sorry for the silence.
Yeah, just hit play, Terry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do have a couple of videos.
You have mine in there, Terry?
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I did see yours somewhere. I don't know. I forgot where you put it.
Yeah.
Where'd you hide it?
In my YouTube channel.
Which is called?
Funny enough, Timber Hill.
Yeah, it's also in any other vids, Terry, in your Discord.
Yeah, I found it. I found it. Yeah, subscribe to Timbo Turtle. He's got 15 so far. Whoa, you're climbing.
You're getting up there.
If you get more than what I am, you're not back on this. Load back on here.
Okay. If I get over 1,000, then we could get mandatory, isn't it? So I need 985 to get.
Yeah, that's all. Won't take long.
There you go. Something liked.
Thank you.
Why Australian summers hate flat earthers. Okay.
Response to another video. I think, Terry, can you push play? Otherwise, someone else is going to have to ask you. Please.
Okay. Since you said please. Matt, I don't know. Does Matt say please?
I do these days because Farmswood keeps telling me.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah.
G'day out there, this is Timber Turtle with Turbo Turtle number 4. Today I got a little story about family photos. Back in 2008, my daughter got to have a formal at the really nice boathouse on the Lake Burley Griffin in Canberra. The boathouse is a great little venue right on the lake. A lot of people go down there, take really pretty photos. The boathouse is situated right on the edge of the lake, right in the middle of town, as you can see. Now you can see this is going to give you really pretty views over the lake, which is one of the reasons why a lot of people go there. Now I'm not going to show you actual photos of my daughter's formal, it'd be a bit doxing, but as you can see there's a really great beach there. You can take great shots over the lake and you can see some of the more obvious attractions like New Parliament House with its very distinct flagpole and massive flag. Now my mate graciously drove my daughter to the formal in his vintage Datsun Bluebird. In return I promised to take some photos. Now, with these photos, you could see that big flagpole in the distance, and the sun, curiously, is to the left-hand side, which would be to the southern side of that flagpole. I doubt anyone believes that I'm lying about the time these were taken, but let's just show you the metadata from the photos. Now, for those of you not familiar with Australia's great capital city of Canberra, the boathouse is situated on the northern side in what is called the western basin of the lake, and Parliament House is situated right in the centre. As you can see, if you draw a line from the boathouse to Parliament House, it is well south of west. But my globe Earth skeptics, we all know that in summer in the southern hemisphere, the sun travels along the Tropic of Capricorn. But if we draw the maximum angles the sun could travel along the Tropic of Capricorn if the Earth was flat, you could see it would never be east, and it would never be west. And even worse,
right.
If I try and position where the sun was according to where I was standing, you can see the sun is going to be pointing a little bit southwest. Impossible, you say? Well, maybe not. If I load up Solar System Scope, I can have a look at what the sun and Earth was doing on that exact day and that exact time. So let's have a little look at the Earth. To make it a bit easier, we'll keep the distances to scale, but maybe not the size of the planets. Now, to make it a bit easier, I'll draw a line from where Canberra is on to roughly the middle of the sun. And because of the tilt of the Earth, you could see that the sun would be well south or west or below Australia. And even if we looked at this at scale, you can see that the sun is definitely going to be well south west of Australia. If you still believe in flat Earth after that, then maybe you better get those bloody roos out of your top paddock, because they're doing some damage up there. This is Timbo Turtle saying, see you later.
No, you don't roos in your top paddock.
Nicely done. Nicely demonstrated. That was good.
Yeah. It's a flat Earth killer, that south of east and south of west over here.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah. Can't explain it. Nobody has been able to explain that yet.
They just shut up and ignore it, don't they?
Yeah, exactly.
Just nothing to see here. Move on.
Okay. But level isn't horizontal.
Not horizontal.
No, the level isn't horizontal.
Yeah. I think I'm going to name the stream Bev level isn't horizontal.
Isn't.
Isn't. Yeah.
Isn't. Who's this now?
Everett.
Well, I'll tell you what. Terry,
Yes, Matt.
can you press play, please?
Yes, I can do that for you. No effort
Thanks,
at
mate.
all.
Appreciate it.
So you don't think NASA would lie to you? All right, let's talk about it. Be careful who you trust.
The question is this: am I more valuable than annoying?
Oh, this is Anderson.
I know that's a question my family has been asking for some time now.
If the top picture is what we see from Earth, why is this what we see from the moon?
You sure it's okay for me to be
What?
out of school today,
What?
Grandpa?
What's the issue with that then?
Oh, because you can't see stars in some of the photographs.
Oh,
They
it's
really
stars,
put
yeah.
Pluto
Yeah,
on
that's
Pluto?
no starter.
Y'all know they were created around the same time, right? Disney and NASA. Top picture shows a celebration of a football game.
Oh, that
Bottom
old
picture is
chestnut.
celebrating man's greatest accomplishment. You'd think they'd be a
No.
little more excited about it.
Better call Saul.
You've seen what they call the ISS. The ISS is not what they claim it to be. The
Isn't it?
airplane only looks like a centimeter bigger, even though one is 250 miles further away.
What's your name?
Freddie Jones.
Freddie Jones. Shut up.
In 1972, it took $50 million to make that, but only $34 million to make that. Does that look aerodynamic? Or does that look like the brown packing paper you find in boxes?
Does it fly in the air?
No, it didn't.
Or were you just born stupid?
Hey, does it have to
They
be
took them
aerodynamic?
$38
No,
million
let's not.
to build a go-kart. One that leaves no trace of tire marks.
What?
That was 38 million for all of them, actually.
Yeah.
Is the moon not as bright when you're on it compared to looking at it?
Are you crazy?
Never heard of a filter?
How many times are they going to change the color of this marble?
Did you get that?
Oh.
Did you get that?
Look at 2012. Look at North America compared to the rest of the examples.
Oh, different technologies for the.
I didn't know
photograph.
continents changed that much in size, and I also didn't know North America was about a quarter of the size of the planet.
Focal length. Focal
Yeah.
length.
Yeah, we can show that.
Perspective.
NASA
Yeah,
seems
it's
to
easy.
be the only one with their theory. The only one.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Sure.
So the way we view the sun setting is all about perception
Big
and
bad
perspective.
NASA.
You have the right to remain silent.
So you don't
Yeah,
ever
what to do
actually
flowers.
see the sun setting behind a horizon. You see it setting behind an opaque deck.
You have
A
been
what?
a good
A what?
boy.
A what?
Have a
What?
lollipop.
Who?
Nice.
Oh no, pet
That
deck.
opaque deck
Whatever
can be
that is.
caused by a lot of things. As convergence brings
Is that a
everything
new
to
word?
the center of your view, it could be clouds that look like it's meeting the horizon when we know it's not.
Every night.
But as that sun gets behind the clouds or moves past those clouds, the clouds obstruct the view.
Well, I'm convinced, folks. That's pretty much the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
This is where you live. Research flat Earth.
I've come back from the future to tell you something really important. What is it? You're an idiot. Whoa, that's a little harsh.
TikTok, the new cesspit of modern social media.
What was that word? I couldn't even understand the pronunciation of it.
I have no idea what he
On
said.
that, something along the line of opaque dick. So he's basically saying
opaque dick. Is that
Opaque
dick as in a New Zealand dick?
No, DECK, I think. But
There's not even any closed captions, so I couldn't even see what the bot picked up on it.
Also, about the Apollo astronauts at that press conference, everybody keeps saying, "Oh, they just got back from the moon." No,
it wasn't.
No, 3 weeks previously they got back, and quite honestly,
that was the end of a whole run.
Yeah, and quite honestly, that press conference went on for a few hours, and quite honestly, I think they just looked bored. They hadn't spent any time with their families and stuff like that.
They never show the photos of them smiling and grinning and joking and having
there
fun.
There were plenty of that. Yeah,
yeah. They
plenty
only ever go with that one because that suits their narrative.
Yeah.
Show the photo of them in the decompression chambers straight after they got down. You know.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in the
That's
quarantine
straight
thing.
after.
And
trick maybe.
And that photo of the lunar rover not leaving any marks in the regolith, well, that's been cropped because if you actually look at the whole photograph, you can see the wheel tracks going off behind it to the right. It's just that when he took that photo, you can't really see the marks left behind the front wheels, but you can see the ones that are behind it. But
right.
of course, if you crop the photo, you then remove all of that, and then you go, look, it's not left any tracks.
Yeah,
that's because you just
And
cropped them out.
what about the hundreds of hours and videos of where they show the lunar driving around? And
they're just gonna ignore all that. Yeah.
Because there was an argument going on in Gems the other day, and basically Jin was asking for proof that the Apollo 17 astronauts, when they're taking that famous photo of him by the flag with the Earth, and we said, oh, he's sort of kneeling down. He said, well, show me. So I downloaded the entire Apollo 17 lunar rover recordings, because they recorded it with the camera remotely on the lunar rover, and you could see them. Because he said, oh, he can't get that angle with the camera fixed to his chest. No, he was holding it because they swapped the camera backwards and forwards.
Yeah.
So I've got about 10 hours of Apollo 17 lunar rover footage to enjoy at some point.
Oh, yeah.
Let's
sit down and watch that.
Yeah, they do actually have that on video of him kneeling down, holding the camera.
He does. If you watch, he almost goes down on one knee. Then he obviously thinks better of it, and he does this sort of forward scooch. He's almost kneeling down, but not quite. And I think he's actually going against the resistance of the suit. And that's where he's got the camera in one hand, and he's just going click, And I think he took 2 or 3 of them because Jin said, "Look, it's a perfect photo." No, it's not. It's on the piss for a start. if you look, the astronaut and the flag are at that angle, and the Earth's up there because he was literally just going, "Oh, yeah, hang on a minute, click, there you go."
And it's not exactly well centered in the frame either, is it?
No, it's not.
Because of course they couldn't look down a viewfinder or anything. They were just literally taking snapshots and hoping they come out all right.
They didn't have a viewfinder.
Out to save weight.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Exactly.
They just kept taking photos, and hopefully we just get some good pictures out of whatever they find.
Look at the one on either side. You can see he really bollocks a couple up. He was lucky to get that one that come out so well.
He was. Yeah.
And if you look through the actual Apollo NASA library, there are talking about the original, they scanned all the crap ones as well. There are probably hundreds of really shit photographs in there, really crap ones.
If you look at the albums they've got on their Flickr page, most of the albums have they've doubled up because they've got the original photo, then the one they've cleaned up because
that's right.
Because overexposure, but you go original cleanup. So each roll of film is doubled up, and it's an awful lot of photos in there that are useless.
Yeah,
particularly the ones that were taken on the lunar surface when the sun gets in too far, and it's like, all you could see is the bloody sun, because it was so bright.
That big bright thing in the sky. What was that called again?
Spotlight.
Spotlight. Sun.
Yeah, Jin called it a spotlight because you could see the spotlight reflecting in his visor. No, that's called the sun.
Although there is one of the things that they did do was some 360-degree panoramas.
Yeah.
And they would have been really hard for them to stitch on film. But we're really lucky now. We've got programs like Microsoft Ice that throw the 13 photos at, and by God, does it produce a really good 360 panorama.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I've got a few of them downloaded. Yeah.
I think you sent me one once. I think, didn't you, Anna?
Yeah,
really good.
I'm just not opening it up and getting it out and showing it because it takes too long for my computer to fire up the programs.
Yeah. Oh, one last one before we look at Mr. Sensible as well. The 38 million for the lunar rover was for all of them, including the test models. I might add,
Not
it was
just
for the whole program, not just one. Just so that you know.
Bargain.
38 million actually. Divide that up by, say, about 5 rovers, maybe 2 test vehicles, perhaps, plus development, all the time development and stuff. Pretty cheap.
Yeah.
And the thing with the Blackbird and the, well, I think it was a Blackbird he had up there.
It was
the other. That we know how to fly. We've known how to fly in the air for a long time. They didn't know how to get what to do when they got to the moon. That's why there's a lot more money involved.
Yeah. And it's not like it's not like once you're outside of Earth's atmosphere, you need your vehicle to be aerodynamic, is it?
No.
No.
Oh, that really confuses them as well, doesn't it?
Why do you think the Borg fly in a cube?
Yeah, that's why you can get away with using all that thin mylar film to cover it with. Because what's going to damage it?
Exactly.
Yeah, I like Roden's comment. Yeah, were they employed for their piloting skills or their photographic skills?
Exactly. I've had arguments online and also with it might have even been Jin on Discord about the lunar lander, the LEM. How does that fly? You can't. That's not aerodynamic.
No, it doesn't have to be.
It's only made of what, foil and whatever.
Made to work in a vacuum, you moron.
They'll show you the photos of it sat on the moon's surface and say, "Oh, look, it's all paper and curtain rods." Yeah. How about showing the photos of the damn things being built and there's a pressurized aluminium container and just a huge construction? Because I don't think they realise just how big it is.
Yeah, pretty solid.
It is pretty solid. Yeah, so it's a pressurized aluminium container built along the same lines as an airliner.
I mean, there were areas of that LEM where it was paper thin, but there's areas, but not all of it. But the Flurfs have got hold of that and started saying, "Oh, the whole thing's all just flimsy as paper." No, it isn't. It isn't.
There were no areas that were paper thin in that pressure vessel.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
No areas.
Oh no, in the pressure areas. Sorry.
No.
Yeah. And of course, also, it only had to hold about 5 psi, didn't it?
Yeah.
Because they were using a pure oxygen environment in space.
Something like 4.7, I think, something like that. Yeah.
At 5 psi, which is about the partial pressure of oxygen in the atmosphere.
Bloody Coke can withstands more pressure.
Yeah, a lot more.
Right.
Anyway,
I was like the argument they say, they're just following orders. Well, Neil Armstrong wasn't in the military.
No, he wasn't. He was a civilian test pilot.
Yeah.
Buzz was. I don't know about Michael Collins. I don't know much about Michael Collins' history, actually.
No, they always forget about him.
In the military, haven't they?
What was that?
They had all been in the military, and I think they were all recruited from the military.
The only one who hadn't was of course, was Schmidt on 17.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because
he was actually technically the only one who was a civilian.
Yeah.
And not a pilot.
Yeah.
Or at least not a military pilot.
Yeah, so Neil Armstrong was in the military, but he was recruited when he was a civilian test pilot, right? Unless I've got the history wrong, I'm pretty sure that's the case, isn't it? Yeah, he was a civilian test pilot at the time.
Yeah, he was in the reserves.
Yeah.
And even then, I think he resigned the reserves before he became a test pilot, and then he went from being he was civilian test pilot.
Yeah.
At NASA as NASA as it was NACA.
NACA.
Yeah, NACA.
And it's actually one of the reasons why they thought they might have given him the job, because he wasn't in the military. But yeah, that was
also, of course, one of the astronauts on the Gemini program was a photographer. Because it was his idea. It was his idea for them to use Hasselblad cameras. after the crap results they got.
Oh yes, I heard that. Who was that? Who was that again?
Oh, I can't remember. Hang on,
I saw a video about that not so long ago.
let me get some Google poo going. It's actually on the Hasselblad website, so it's not that hard to find.
While Alan's looking for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think you were going to do Mr. Sensible, weren't you?
Yeah.
Walter Shearer.
Shearer.
Oh, yeah.
Because he already owned a Hasselblad 500C with the Planet 82.8.
Yeah.
Yes, the previous camera was delivered disappointing results. And then they put it on a serious diet.
Terry.
Oh, hello, Matt. How you going?
Well, Alan said it. There you go. Don't need to.
Said what?
Alan said it.
Said what?
Say it again, Alan.
Huh? What did he say?
Terry.
Yes, Matt.
Press bloody play, please.
Hi, and welcome back to the ongoing saga with Mitchell from Australia, the flat earther I paid to do a job. If you haven't watched the series, you can watch this playlist, I Hired a Flat Earther. But meanwhile, here's a very brief potted history. Mitchell from Australia filmed a Foucault pendulum that he said proved the Earth didn't rotate. However, it was highly cut. I suggested he filmed uncut for 4 hours. He said he would do this for $150 Australian, so I paid him. He produced a video that was 3 minutes 28, so I asked for my money back. He refused. I asked again. He got legal and started sending me strange legal letters. I made a very reasonable compromise proposal to try and sort things out. However, he ignored it and carried on getting legal. So I issued a PayPal chargeback. That brings us just about up to date. Just about, because I received this email from Mitch.
Unfortunately for you, PayPal have rejected your refund dispute and confirmed the money you donated to me was indeed a donation, with no obligation for me to provide a service of any kind. PayPal confirmed you were fully aware you were willing giving a donation, as you accepted the PayPal donation terms and conditions when making the donation. PayPal are now aware of your fraudulent claims and will be pursuing you for an explanation. Your scams are catching up to you, John.
I failed to see how paying money and asking for it back is a fraudulent claim or a scam of any sort.
Enjoy the salty aftertaste of General Anthony Clement Macaulay's famous declaration. Nuts.
So you obviously can't think of your own little insults, can you, Mitch?
You have until 11th September 22 to provide the requested documentation for your claim debt against me, or official default and private settlement notices will be served on you.
Oh, noes. Well, I've got to be honest, I'm not entirely surprised at the PayPal response. PayPal are not a financial institution. They are a private company with their own little rules and regs. And the link that Mitch had provided did say donation. He's hiding behind that. I had sent PayPal a whole load of evidence, and it took them about 20 minutes to respond and basically reject the claim. I think it's time for a counter-offensive. These are all the legal letters that have gone between me and Mitch, including my last one, where I declare nuts. Frohickey, have a look at those, please. We'll also get some advice from my good friend Hedy Lamar. Sorry, that's Headley.
There might be legal precedent, of course.
Hopefully you're the right guy for the job, Hedy.
Haley versus United States. Haley 7, United States nothing. It can be done. Can be done.
Hedy, unfortunately, I think your idea is just about as dumb as Mitch's. Haley versus United States is obviously US precedent. Golden Eagle Insurance versus Foremost Insurance, Mitchell, is also US precedent. It has nothing to do with a dispute between a UK citizen and an Australian one. You total chuff nugget. How are you getting on, Frohickey?
I don't understand. Why don't you just kick this guy's ass?
What?
Kick his ass. That's not a bad idea, Frohickey. Let's go ask a question. Hi, my apologies for this, but it's currently a question, not a report, and I'm in the UK and I've had difficulty contacting you. My contact details are all valid, but the location details have been selected at random just so I could create this report. Recently, online, an Australian resident was asking me if anyone wanted to pay him to go to space science and do 4 hours of filming. He emailed me stating, and I showed the email, I used the PayPal link and he confirmed I had paid him and confirmed he will do the filming. On 9th of August, he provided a 3-minute 27-second video not showing what he said he would film and not 4 hours long. I've asked for my money back and he is now claiming it was a donation and refusing to return it. The PayPal link did say donation, but I paid the asked for $150 to the PayPal address he provided, and he hasn't provided the service he promised he would provide. I have full supporting evidence if it becomes required. Can you please just confirm that this would be classed as fraud in Australia so I can see if he will then return my money or if I will then need to contact you to make an official report? With regards, Mr. Sensible. Love and kisses. Within moments, I had an acknowledgement. New South Wales Police Force Community Portal. Failed to pay report successfully submitted. Dear John, thank you for submitting your recent failed to pay report to the New South Wales Police Force. And shortly after that, a response. Your report has not been accepted. Oh dear. Alternatively, you may attend your local police station to report the incident. Police link comments. Good morning, John. Thank you for using New South Wales Police Force Community Portal to submit your report. The New South Wales Police Force cannot take reports of crime via the internet. If you have become a victim of an offence such as this, you will need to attend a local police station in your own country and report the offence in person. This cannot be done over the internet and must be reported to police at a police station. The police in your country can then forward any further investigations through Interpol to the Australian police for follow-up. Regards, Police Link. So it would appear, Mitch, that New South Wales police do consider what you have done to be an offence. However, I don't think it's really appropriate to contact my local police, get Interpol involved, and then New South Wales police for your crime of the century, your breach of contract and theft of $150. You may think yourself to be Mr. Big, but you're not exactly Ned Kelly now, are you? I think it's time for something completely different. Okay, let's try a little kung fu. Let's have a search for silence is deemed to be acquiescence. That strange term that Mitch used in his letter. Here we go. Look at that. banksecretsrevealed.com.au. I again take this opportunity to remind you that legal maxims dictate that silence is... That's his exact phrase. Let's have a look at Bank Secrets Revealed then. Here we go. Now, who are they? That looks like a particularly dodgy little website. Stuff about beating banks. Stuff about beating debt collectors. Very interesting. I wonder if we can find out some stuff about bankingsecretsrevealed.com. Let's have a quick look at them.
Sure.
Right, lots of links to their website.
Because it is.
KnowYourRights.com. That sounds interesting. Let's have a look there. Know Your Rights. Debt problems, banks, bank fraud, getting out of debt. Not really applicable. What else have they got? Stuff about that disease and the jab. That's a little odd. Know Your Rights. The new mandatory jab laws are offensive. Anything else? Straw man. You are not a person, you have a person. One of the fundamental keys to the majority of the topics that we cover on our website is the concept of your straw man or legal person as opposed to you, the flesh and blood human being. I see. Sovereign citizen crap. They believe that there is you, the flesh and blood person, and there is the legal fictitious person, your birth certificate, where your name is all in capitals, and that you can get out of debts and driving licences and fines and whatnot, because those are all against your birth certificate, your fictitious person, and not you. It's all crap. It fails in court every single time. Conspiracy. One of our primary goals is firstly to awaken people to the truth. This website is a load of junk. Let's go back to Bank Secrets Revealed. I see they have an ebook. Perhaps that's where Mitch has got his information from. Option 1, $67. Ebook digital version. Documents included. Ooh, a load of template letters. How interesting is that? If only I could get into the website and see all these templates. Now, I think my Kung Fu is pretty good. What about yours, Frohickey? Could you do it?
Sure, baby. My Kung Fu is the best, but it could take hours.
Hours? I thought your Kung Fu was the best. Get on with it then.
Here we go.
You're done. Let's see what you got.
Far out.
That's no good, Frohickey. That's all still encrypted. Well, I guess if you want something doing properly, do it yourself. Oh yes, Frohickey. My Kung Fu is strong. All the template letters. Let's look at one at random. Bank fraud letter. Okay, this looks like a template letter, all right. Loads of little coloured bits to fill in. Cracking job. Let's see what else they got. I see it's a flowchart there. Let's have a look at that. Bank, debt collectors. A whole flowchart telling you what letters to send when. I see the first one there is send bank request for further and better particulars. Let's have a look at that one. Right, it's another template letter to whom it may concern. I'm writing to quit. This looks very familiar. This is looking extremely familiar, if not identical. And look at this. I take this opportunity to remind you that legal maxims dictate that silence is deemed to... This is the initial legalese letter that Mitchell sent to me, with no doubts. Let's have a look at the reminder notice. And lo and behold, the same reminder notice that Mitch sent me, reiterating all the rubbish points made in the initial letter, and once again reminding me that silence is deemed to be acquiescence, a concept upheld in the case of Golden Eagle Insurance Company versus Foremost Insurance Company. Lovely, Mitch. Lovely. So it wasn't Bruce and Bruce after all then, was it? So Mitch, we have seen exactly where you got your legal advice from. It wasn't even your famous law firm of Bruce and Bruce. Oh no, it's some wobbly sovereign citizen bullshit website that you must have paid $67 Australian for. You idiot. I think it's time for an email response. Dear Princess Rainbow Cupcake III, tell you what,
my little green friend.
Forget the 11th September. I waive all of those additional days. Please serve these default and private settlement notices of which you speak forthwith, straight away, pronto, at once, and indeed now, if you dare. Chop chop, Mitch. Big kisses, Mr. Sensible, employer of Antipodean, upside down, incapable, lying, dishonest flat earthers. So Mitch said he was going to send me a notice of default and a private settlement agreement. Well, guess what? Those are here. Let's have a look at the notice of default. Notice of default regarding credit card account. You do realise, Mitch, that all these wobbly legal templates are aimed at banks and credit cards and not someone who is asking for a refund. To whom it may concern, know all men that I, John Smith... That is not how you would speak in a legal document. Not in any way, shape or form. It mentions various points, talks about the extension, the fact you've sent a reminder, dated this day, Justice of the Peace exercising summary jurisdiction. You're going to take this to a Justice of the Peace? I would love to see that. And the private settlement agreement. Notice of private settlement agreement between John Smith and ABC Bank. in the matter of credit card account reference so-and-so. Let this serve as constructive notice that the matter of John Smith and ABC Bank has now been settled, closed and finalised by way of private agreement between the parties. Copies of all relevant documentation, including the original request for further and better particulars, the reminder and the... Well, we've already seen all those documents, Mitch. I have seen the notice of default. I have seen the private settlement agreement that you're about to send me. Any interference in this private contract by any third party would constitute an unwelcome and unlawful trespass, as well as a violation of oath of office. What the hell? What the hell have you been smoking, Mitch? This is so embarrassing. Still, I wonder if you'll send them to me. Well, after a few days, I heard nothing from Mitch. No default notice, no private settlement agreement. So I thought I will give him one final chance. Mr. Legally Challenged, also known as Mitchell from Australia. The payment to you for the 4-hour video of the Focal Pendulum was made 5th August 22. You have not provided me with that, but just a 3-minute 28 video. I have requested a refund several times, but you've just refused and told me to go away, and then issued legal letters. I had specified 1 calendar month when I made the payment for you to deliver the video. This expires on 5th September 22. Therefore, once we reach that date, and if you haven't either provided the paid for video or haven't issued a refund, I will take steps to recover my money. I look forward to hearing from you which option you intend to take. If I hear nothing, then I will just proceed. Mr. Sensible. And so I waited those last few days until 5th of September. From Mitchell, I heard nothing. So I popped onto my credit card's website and issued this chargeback. Now, it is possible that Mitch will be able to fight it, and it is possible that the chargeback will be rejected. However, I actually think I have a pretty good chance. And even if they do reject this chargeback, I think I've had my money's worth. I have shown what sort of a person you are, Mitch. Someone who welches on a deal, breaks contract, someone who issues fake legal threats telling me to get a lawyer, someone who just responds with nastiness. Not a nice person at all. Now, some people may be wondering about my Kung Fu and the Banking Secrets Revealed website. Well, I let them know about the weaknesses in their website that let me gain full access to all their templates, and in response they sent me an email. Thanks, mate. We sorted that out now. Appreciate the heads up. If Mitch had just done the 4 hours filming, if he had been honest, if he had contacted me to sort out another date and time, etc., he would have had his $150. As it is, there's a very good chance I'm going to get my $150 back, which means that Mitch is out for the cost of the travel to the Science Museum. He is out for the cost of the tickets to the Science Museum. He's out for the value of his time, whatever value he places on it. And he's out $67 for his amazing legal advice. Oh dear, how sad. Never mind. Now, I have absolutely nothing against Australians. Far from it. I think Australians are a very fine people. They have to be. They produce Kylie Minogue. It is a shame that some Australians appear to be underhanded, to be dishonest, to be happy to try and hide behind weasel words and try and rip people off. Not very good as an ambassador for that fine country. So I think that pretty much draws this whole sorry saga with Mitchell from Australia to a close, and I don't think he's going to be very happy with the final result. I think the best way to finish this video is to hear from the very finest of Australians, the bravest of Australians, a most excellent group of Australians, colloquially known as diggers. Thank you very much. Stay sensible.
Once a down flat earther challenged Mr. Sensible. This should be fun, said the great Mr. S. As he sang, as he paid $150 bills, you'll come a waltzing bitch maid with me. Waltzing bitch maid, you'll come a waltzing bitch maid with me.
And he sang as he waited for that Aussie verb to fail again. You'll come a waltzing bitch mate with me. Down went our hero to try to film at the museum. Pendulum was broken, he was filled with glee. And he sang as he failed to film her for a video. You'll come a waltzing bitch mate with me. Waltzing bitch mate, you'll come a waltzing bitch mate with me. You have breached the contract, so give me all my money back. You'll come a waltzing bitch mate with me. Knowing he had failed and letting out a little wee, he sent his legal threats 1, 2, 3. Recognizing subsid crap, Mr. S did a charge back. You'll come a waltzing bitch mate with me. Waltzing bitch mate, you'll come a waltzing bitch mate with me. Thanks, Mitch, for the views, the subs, and the ad revenue. You'll come a waltzing bitch mate with me. Up jumped Mitch from us and burst out with some fluffy tears. You'll never catch me alive, said he. And his ghost may be heard if you pass by his channel now. You'll come a waltzing bitch mate with me. Waltzing bitch mate, you'll come a waltzing bitch mate with me. And his ghost may be heard if you pass by his channel now. You'll come a waltzing bitch mate with me.
Busted up, Mitch. Bitch made. Say it, Frohickey. Say it. Say it.
Say it.
Your kung fu is the best.
Oh, there you go. Hopefully we don't hear from Mitch anymore about that.
Yeah, righto.
I hope we do actually, because this whole series is fun. It's funny.
Yeah, I put a comment on. I only gave him 3 out of 10 turtles for that because I took 7 off because of the using the Walsey Matilda. I mean, in jest, but because Walsey Matilda's about her sticking it to the man, and I think that might be a bit of a he might say it's a compliment rather than an insult. I suggest he should use click go to shears instead. I suggested the lyrics might be along the lines of "bitch flows with tears" or something along those lines. But anyway,
it's not that big a deal actually using Interpol. For petty crimes, because they deal with that kind of stuff, like petty offences, all the time as well. All they do is just pass it on to New South Wales. That's pretty much all they do.
Yeah, they just do the transfer.
Yeah. Exactly.
I thought it was
straight transfer. Yeah,
I thought it was funny in his document that said, they'll get all this information and get a summary judgment from a justice of the peace. I don't know if that's a different meaning where you come from, but in New South Wales, a justice of the peace is somebody who just witnesses documents. They don't actually do any judging.
No, they
I think closest thing in the UK probably would be the magistrates. Probably that'd be the closest they deal with, all that kind of stuff.
Well, the justice of the peace is nowhere near a magistrate.
No, justice of the peace is just a volunteer who says, or a trusted person to be able to say, "Oh yeah, I saw them sign that, or I saw that copy." That's all they do in New South Wales.
Sorry, Alan. What were you trying to say, Alan? Sorry.
I was just going to say because magistrates over here are justices of the peace.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Whereas what you're describing would actually be a notary public in this country.
Right.
Somebody who witnesses signatures and the like.
Yeah, something slightly different.
So GPs are, so GPs over here are usually, people who've been in public service for longer than 5 years, I think, or whatever. But they're all just volunteers. They just, yeah, they don't actually hold a position.
I suppose Mitch has never been involved in any kind of contract law. Surprising me that he didn't attempt to use a force majeure as a reason for not returning the funds. That's what I would have done.
Mitch is also like he's talking about debt and all the rest of it because he's applying it. So those sort of things apply to something like a bank and a debt. Well, he's not a bank.
Yeah, we're talking about a contract to perform.
Completely different.
Service, okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
and
it's
in those kinds of contracts, you know, what really happened is what we would call a force majeure event. It was beyond his control. He couldn't help it that he went back there and the thing was shut down. That's not his fault. So
yeah, but it still has.
But it also has to be covered in the contract. You got to agree to that. So
it hasn't supplied the service.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a bit like agreeing a contract with a plumber, and the plumber turns around and says, "Well, I couldn't get the parts to complete it because the shop where I get my plumbing supplies was shut." Well, that's not my problem. You still got to fulfill your contract.
Not necessarily.
Well, in UK law, I'm pretty sure that's the case.
No. Force majeure, is part of contract law anywhere. It comes under the Uniform Commercial Code.
It's the same over here because it's a case of he's gone to perform the job as contracted, i.e. he's travelled there and he can't do it because the thing's no longer there.
Right.
I mean, all the elements of contract there was offer, there was acceptance, there was consideration, and there's also capacity to enter into a contract. So, I mean, the main four elements are there, right? So, I mean, I don't see what.
But the concept of force majeure is always present. But usually you've got to have that written down and agreed to as part of the contract in order to to enforce it. But it would have been a much more interesting approach on Mitch's part, and it would have shown that he has some knowledge, beyond how to get the gas cap off of his fucking car.
But you can't profit from that, so you'd only be able to claim his expenses, though. That's my understanding. So you don't get to keep the money just because you only get to keep your expenses, and
right.
Yeah, so you'd still have to return them some of the money.
That would be true.
Well, putting all of that aside, he's acting like an arsehole. Simple as that.
Well, he is. If I was Mr. Sensible, I would have taken him to the small claims court. I think I just looked it up. So in New South Wales, that's a $54.
But can he do that? Fee? But can he do that from the UK to New South Wales? How could he do that process though? What him with being in the UK? I don't think it would matter
where you're from.
Would it not?
No, because I don't think so. Because you're possibly but I'm just saying NCAC just would be its consumer relations. So you just put it all in and pay your $50 fee, and they'll make a judgment on it. So.
I mean, but he'd probably need a solicitor over here to do that. I mean, he wouldn't get...
No, that's small claim courts. That's the whole point of a small claim court, so you don't have...
Oh, you just do it as a all right, okay, you don't need a solicitor.
Yeah.
Same as small claims court over here, to be honest. And I'm pretty sure, especially in this day and age, you wouldn't necessarily have to turn up for a hearing.
No.
Or of course, they could do the hearing via Zoom.
Yeah.
If we got that far, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of small claims and stuff like here in the UK. I know that. Yeah, they don't even need to go to court for a lot of things.
Because that's the whole point. Is you don't want to, if you're like in this case, $150. You can't. If you had to pay a lawyer, that
you can't get a lawyer to read it.
No, exactly. Yeah, that was going to be my point. I thought because I know you wouldn't get legal aid over here for that. So. I mean, obviously, I know how that you work. Obviously, you wouldn't do that here in the UK, but I just thought perhaps because it was an Australian, he's in the UK, you probably need a solicitor. But I don't know.
Well, it wouldn't matter because you just put it in and you see what the
Yeah.
decision is. They may come and say, "Oh, it's not you're external, so it doesn't cover," or it's on the internet, so it's not covered. But you'd still get a ruling of some sort. Anyway,
right, Terry.
I don't think he cares about the money.
No,
Keep going. Sorry,
I don't think it does either. No,
Yeah, I'm here.
To be fair.
I haven't gone anywhere.
You're buffering now, Terry. Is
Oh,
that gonna work?
I rewound it a bit.
Oh, okay. All right, Terry.
Yes, Matt. How you going?
Press play, please.
Oh, okay.
All right, mate. Cheers.
Well,
can't hear him.
To think of Earth as just some average planet around an average star in a somewhat average location around the galaxy, suggesting that many such planets should exist out there, and suggesting that many such planets should have habitable conditions, with many potentially hosting different types of extraterrestrial life, or even some kind of extraterrestrial intelligence. But in the last couple of decades, we kind of discovered almost the opposite. Not only is Earth seems to be extremely different from a lot of other exoplanets out there, so is our Sun, and so is the place where we are in the galaxy. Meaning that this blue ball right here might actually be extremely rare compared to every other planet we've discovered to date. And with nearly 10,000 planets already identified and more or less confirmed by various missions, this actually makes it a pretty rare object. Nevertheless, there are some exciting planets that have been discovered so far that do have a slight chance to be maybe habitable and even potentially somewhat Earth-like or even hosting liquid water on the surface, with two that was just recently discovered being extremely interesting as well. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and so today we're going to be talking about this idea of potentially habitable exoplanets. We're going to discuss these two new discoveries and also talk about the planet known as Kepler 442b that you see right here, that for many years now the scientists always believed to be the most Earth-like planet we've found, but some of the recent studies actually argue with that. So let's discuss these concepts in more detail, and let's actually start with these new discoveries. And the first planet I wanted to take a look at was only found approximately a few days ago from when I'm making this video. Discovered by the TESS telescope and known as the planet TOI 1452b. TOI here stands for TESS Object of Interest. A planet that's very likely approximately 100 light years away from planet Earth, and was actually missed by some of the earlier surveys because this planet is located in a binary star system, and so some of the first observations did not actually recognize this to be a planet. And that's because normally in a binary system, as the two stars orbit around one another, they actually do produce quite a lot of dips, and these dips can kind of look like planets and can actually sometimes fool the scientists. And so in this case, the smaller dip around one of the stars was not seen right away. And in this case, these two stars also orbit around one another relatively closely, around 97 AU, which means that telling anything apart here is kind of difficult. But following a thorough analysis, one of the teams from Montreal was able to identify another dip around one of these stars. A dip that was caused by some kind of a planet that's about 1.6 times the size of planet Earth, orbiting around the star every 11 days. And normally this would be a problem, but in this case, because the star is a red dwarf, it actually places this particular planet right in the habitable zone of the star system, which of course means that it has a very high chance to potentially have liquid water on the surface. But once again, because this is a binary, it actually is possible to use some of the variations in the orbits to then also determine the mass of this planet, which is what the scientists were able to do. In the process, discovering that this planet is maybe about 4.8 times as massive as planet Earth, which intriguingly give this particular planet very similar density to the density of planet Earth, around 5.6 gram per centimeter cube. Earth is about 5.5, which actually implies several things. First of all, this is a relatively dense object and is a terrestrial object, not some kind of a gas giant or some kind of a gas planet. But because of its relatively high mass, it also has a very high chance to potentially contain a lot of lighter materials as opposed to metals or different types of silicates. In other words, it implies that this particular object has a very high chance to be some kind of an ocean world. So kind of like one of the moons of Jupiter or Saturn, such as Ganymede right here that has a very large ocean underneath, with about 30% of everything here being water, except that in this case it's a much bigger object. It's a planet that's even bigger than Earth. And also, unlike Ganymede or unlike Europa or other moons, because of its location around the star system, the ocean here would be liquid. making this planet at the moment the best candidate for a potential ocean world ever discovered. We've actually talked about some of these objects in some of the previous videos. There should be one somewhere right there or in the description. But in a nutshell, this planet right now has the highest chance of having a really huge ocean on the surface. And 30% is way bigger than planet Earth. Here on Earth, the total mass of water is about 1% of the mass of the planet. And so potentially another interesting target for the James Webb Telescope that can either confirm this or discover something else really intriguing in the process. Something we might learn about in the next year or so. So that's planet number 1. Then there's another planet that was recently found, I guess about a week ago, described in a paper that you can find in the description. This one is known as Ross 508. And once again, this is some kind of a super Earth. Essentially a planet that's bigger and more massive than Earth by just a little bit, but not enough to be a gas giant. And so this planet, Ross 508b, is actually much closer, about 37 light years away from us. But what makes this planet interesting is the fact that it seems to have a very unusual orbit, where it essentially enters and then exits the habitable zone of the star because of its unusually elliptical orbit, making this a super intriguing target to study the potential habitability of these types of worlds. In this case, during its winter time, it might actually have liquid water on the surface, but then during the shorter summertime, the water might actually evaporate or at least disappear in some parts of the planet. And once again, because the orbit here only takes approximately 11 days, and this is once again a red dwarf, this is still a very intriguing target in order to learn more about potentially habitable worlds outside of the solar system. And just like the previously discussed planet, this one is about 4 times as massive as planet Earth, and is also slightly larger in size as well. Although what makes this discovery kind of exciting compared to the previous one is the fact that this is the first time ever the scientists found this by using infrared instruments on top of the Subaru telescope. In other words, this is the first planet ever discovered entirely by using infrared instruments, which once again means that James Webb here is going to be able to see this planet so much better because it's the biggest and strongest infrared telescope we currently have. And it also means that by using this technique, we can now identify even more similar planets, especially planets that are just too dim to be seen in optical light, but can still be detected using infrared, which is very often the case around red dwarfs. And the thing is, the vast majority of similar terrestrial planets so far have actually only been discovered around red dwarf stars. Mostly because these stars right here are basically like 90% of all of the stars in the galaxy. They're extremely common. G-type stars like our own sun are not as common at all. But several terrestrial planets have already been discovered around various red dwarfs, including the iconic TRAPPIST-1 system. There are like 7 of them around that one star. And so the question has always been, are these actually possible around those stars? And more importantly, if there's going to be liquid water, is it actually possible for some kind of extraterrestrial life to then begin the process of photosynthesis to start creating oxygen and to potentially evolve more complex life? Or basically, like this picture indicates, is it possible for Earth-like conditions to exist elsewhere, around some kind of a red dwarf or some kind of a other type of a star? Well, first of all, in the last few years, there have been some really intriguing discoveries in regards to, well, essentially how photosynthesis works on the planet, and more importantly, how absolutely instrumental it has been to the evolution of the planet itself. Some of the videos about this are in the description below, but one of the more important discoveries is actually in regards to the mineral production on the planet. Over half of various minerals on Earth, the ones that are super important for life, or for chemical reactions involving life, have actually been created because of life itself. Specifically because of oxygenation and because of the oxygen produced by early bacteria. And because our planet had oxygen for nearly 3 billion years, and a lot of this oxygen was able to produce a lot of these new minerals, all of this is super important for the evolution of more complex life. And naturally, the most effective way we know of to produce oxygen is through photosynthesis. And even though several types of photosynthesis exist even on planet Earth, only the one involving chlorophyll seems to be the most efficient one. That's the one that really took off on our planet. And so can it actually also happen on these other planets, including the ones discussed earlier? And there's at least one study that did a very thorough analysis of this last year, the study that's also in the description below. Here the idea was really simple. They picked a planet known as the most Earth-like planet discovered to date, Kepler 442b. An exoplanet discovered back in 2015, and an exoplanet that's still believed to be most Earth-like object with the highest chance for potentially habitable conditions, approximately 1.3 masses of planet Earth and about 1.3 times larger than Earth. but more importantly, a planet orbiting a star known as a K-type star. A type of a star that's a little bit hotter than a typical red dwarf, but not as hot and not as massive as our own Sun. These are actually slightly more common as well. And more importantly, these stars usually are able to live at least 3 to maybe even 5 times longer than a typical G-type star. Some of these stars can even survive for about 30 billion years. And that of course gives them a long time to potentially evolve so many things on the surface of those planets. Which is why this particular planet is so exciting for a lot of different scientists. And so here the scientists wanted to calculate the amount of photosynthetically active radiation, PAR as it's also known, that a planet received from its parent star. Because even if the star is really bright, but it's not able to produce just the right amount of light for photosynthesis to actually take place, the chance for any complex life here decreases dramatically. At least the types of life we find here on planet Earth, and based on what we know about planet Earth as well. While also trying to figure out if any living organisms here would be able to produce enough nutrients and oxygen in order to survive and maybe even thrive on this planet via normal photosynthesis. And what they discovered is that, well, it would be extremely difficult for anything around the star and on this planet to be as productive and as efficient in photosynthesis as on planet Earth. Or essentially, it would be a huge struggle for any life here to photosynthesize enough oxygen. It would still be possible, but it would not be possible to sustain a rich biosphere. And that's around a K-type star, that's also not as common as a red dwarf. Planets around red dwarfs, which have roughly around a third of the temperature of the Sun, could not possibly produce enough energy to even activate photosynthesis, suggesting that even if there is liquid water around these planets, the type of photosynthesis we expect around planet Earth would basically be impossible. Some other photosynthesis might be possible, but as far as we know, it would not be nearly as efficient. On the other hand, the much hotter F-type stars or even B-type stars definitely produce enough light for photosynthesis to take place, but their lifespan is much shorter than G-type stars as well. And so the majority of more massive stars would have a lifespan of maximum 2 billion years, possibly not enough to produce enough complex life. Whereas the stars that are smaller than the Sun, K-type and M-type stars, just don't have enough light to have photosynthesis. Once again making the Sun-like G-type stars the only known star to us that seems to be able to host these conditions. And in this case, in the study, they actually studied 10 potentially habitable exoplanets known to us around different kinds of stars, and unfortunately failed to find a single match for Earth-like conditions or Earth-like atmosphere. Although since photosynthesis began so early on planet Earth, we kind of expect to find it at least possibly somewhere. And so some of the K-type stars, including this planet Kepler 442b, still have a chance to have maybe some photosynthesis on the surface, but not a complex biosphere like planet Earth. It might be possible for some of the life here to create photosynthesis using longer wavelengths, around 800 nanometers or infrared light, but at the moment we don't really know of any such organisms on planet Earth. Any photosynthesis around Kepler 442b would have to rely on only red light. But it doesn't change the fact that they could still have liquid water. It's just the water here would be most likely devoid of life or only have extremely simple life, able to just produce a little bit of oxygen or a few chemicals here and there. Or potentially bacteria using some kind of a chemical reaction to produce all of the energy, similar to, for example, archaea here on planet Earth. Nevertheless, when it comes to Kepler 442b, at the moment, even though this is the most Earth-like planet discovered, the chance for complex life here, or possibly even any life, is extremely low. Some bacterial life might survive, very primitive life, but nothing too advanced, and definitely not something using photosynthesis similar to planet Earth. So chances are we're not going to be finding a lot of oxygen around this planet. And this, by the way, is going to be super exciting to find out in the future studies using James Webb Telescope, because this is definitely going to be one of its targets. But I guess until we discover something else, that's pretty much it. Subscribe, maybe share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, come back tomorrow to learn something else, and maybe support this channel on Patreon by joining channel membership or by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt you can find in the description. Either way, stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
It's so speculative, isn't it, until we can get more concrete evidence of what these planets could have. That's all
Yes, I think an awful lot of it is still guesswork, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, how far was that one? 14 light years, something? The closest one? Was it 14 or 40? There was one of them he said.
Can't remember. It's gone already.
One was 100 or something. That's a bit far away. Or 200 or something.
Always makes me wonder when sometimes people say, "Oh, will we ever find or detect intelligent life?" But I always say to them, "What do you mean by intelligent life? What is intelligence?
Yeah, how do you,
what would you class as intelligent? Yeah, like is a fish intelligent, or is we talking about advanced species that have developed technology thousands of years beyond our own? You know, is that what we're talking about? You know? I mean, a fish could be seen as intelligent, right?
Yeah.
Because it can think.
Well, a worm could be
it can react.
considered intelligent. Yeah. Or a flea. Or a...
Could be. Yeah, it could be. Exactly.
Or a turtle.
Who knows? Yeah.
But not Bev, right?
No.
Not definitely not Bev. No. No Bevs. I hope we don't find another Bev out there. Jesus Christ. No.
This universe is barely big enough for one, let alone more.
Yeah, definitely.
Imagine if we conquered it. There's a bit of a stretch though. Imagine if we colonized another planet in the future, and then through the generations of those people, flat Earth has developed.
Oh God, Flat Mars Society. Yeah. Oh, Mars is flat.
Yeah.
The Earth we see in the distance is just a disc. That's what.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to cut it a bit short tonight, so we have been going for nearly 4 hours. So I think that's enough.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
always a pleasure. Never a chore.
That's your lot for tonight. Yeah, rename the stream. Level isn't horizontal. I'm going to do that one.
Yeah. Yeah. That'd be a good one.
Yeah, level isn't. I'll put that in capitals. Isn't. Is not.
Isn't.
Yeah, isn't or is not.
Isn't.
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 You want it capital
Isn't.
letters. Isn't. Not.
Yeah,
not.
Isn't. Yeah.
Okay.
It is not.
Well, I can't write in a
Terry,
Bev. I can't write in
Terry,
Bev.
what if I have what if I have a rainbow?
Oh,
and the clouds.
Well, I can't fit
in the
Brian's
clouds.
thing. Brian's clouds and rainbows. Jeez.
Clouds behind the image meant that Earth wasn't around. Well, better by now.
I hope I come across Brian next time in one of Discord's chat. I'm just going to ask him, about his rainbows and his clouds.
Oh God.
Yeah, have you measured it with his theodolite?
You measured your rainbows yet?
They didn't know what a
Auto
theodolite
level,
is.
sorry.
Sorry.
They're using an auto level, not theodolite.
They're using an auto level.
Yeah.
We don't call them auto levels, but anyway, must be something.
I know what theodolite is, but I wouldn't have a Scooby's how to use one. Not the first clue.
It's basically an auto level that you can spin the telescope.
Yeah. I know what it is.
Up and down. It's basically the same. That's all it is.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only difference. The auto levels are, as I said, they're toys used by builders, and the theodolites are used by surveyors. Because if you're going to measure distances or angles, so if you want to know how tall a building was, you're not going to use an auto level because you'd have to, transverse your way up the stairs or something rather than try and work out how tall it was. But you can just do that with the theodolite by looking at the angle from the top to the bottom and work out the distance, so you can work out how tall something is. So
they found the height of Mount Everest 100 years ago, or more.
Yeah.
Within about a
I
meter.
understand it. They got it pretty dang accurate, didn't they?
Yeah, within about a meter.
Meter. I mean, that's
not good enough, Blue.
Size.
You got to get it to the nearest nano.
That's how we find the height of.
And those are shots that were taken from tens or hundreds, in some cases, of miles away.
I was going to say, I think the closest they got to Everest was about 200 miles, wasn't it?
I think they had a few shots that might have been closer than that, but it doesn't do you any good unless you're shooting from a known elevation, right?
We'll put Bev on Mars and see if you can calculate the height of Mount Olympus. See if you can work that out. 3 times the height, 3.5 times the height, something like that, and about the area size of Texas.
But the
Where that
method's
went out.
been done for years. It's not new. I mean, it's how we measure catenaries on a power line, because obviously you're not going to stick somebody on the power line. So you just get a spot underneath it, and then a spot to the catenary, and then you work out how tall it is, how far off the ground it is. It's just
That's how all topographic maps have been made for hundreds of years.
Yeah,
That's how you do it.
Yeah, it's just not.
There's no other way.
So, regardless of the shape of the Earth, I just find it really frustrating that he just doesn't know anything about basic surveying.
No, that is a fact.
Yeah, but I've got an auto level, so that makes me a surveyor.
Yeah. How can you be in the industry that long and not even got out of that?
And Timbo, they really aren't toys. They're very serious instruments, and they're very useful for some things.
Like I'm being facetious, but in surveying world,
surveyors would rarely pull an auto level out.
You're not going to use an auto level because it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it.
Well, why drag that around when you've got a theodolite, which will do the same thing, in fact, do it better.
I mean, we used to call them dumpy levels, which was because you just used them for measuring dumpies on a building site. So,
yeah, dumpy level is not an auto level. It's
no, but it's
the old manual sort, and you've got to actually it takes some skill to use the dumpy level. You got to actually know how to level the damn thing.
When they started to have the auto levels, we still call them dumpy levels because they did the same job.
Yeah, I know. In fact, that's what I've got. I've got a couple of dumpies out there in the garage that I've used for years and years.
Yeah,
but they're a bit more fiddle because you got to know how to level the damn thing. It's not as simple as putting a bubble in the center of a bullseye and then pushing a button. That's all you got to do with an auto level. With a dumpy, you've actually got to know how to swing the thing through 90 degrees and all that stuff.
Yeah. So if you use it, that's right. But if you use it, obviously it's a building site tool.
Yeah. That's all you would ever use one for.
Yeah.
They're great for setting foundation elevations.
Right.
And stuff like that.
Because when you're working on most buildings, funnily enough, all the floors are level. So you just once you've established a level, you can just make sure the concrete does what it needs to do and things.
But the question I've got is, are they accurate if the cloud-to-cloud viscosity gradient is greater than 3.4 milliseconds?
It does affect it by a few milliseconds here and there. Milliseconds. They're always just as accurate as the idiot behind them. That's pretty much it.
Furlong fucking fortnights.
Okay. Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Timbo Turtle. Thanks, Farmers Boy. I've got to thank Alan twice because there's 2 Allens. Thanks, the other Alan.
Alan. That was 4. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Space Matt. Thanks, Mr. Blue.
Welcome.
Thanks, William, Carl, Werner, Otto, Fritz, Friends, Wine.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I got your name out eventually. Fred, Judy, Zebulon, Tiny Captain, Roden. Timbo Turtle out there. Okay. Blue Marble
No
Science
last
out
name.
there.
Wrote it. No last name.
Okay. Yeah, no last name. No. Dora.
No, wrote it. No, wrote it. No last name.
RSG, Truth Nerds, Boomer U, Peter G, Carl. I don't know if his power ran out. He must have still had power up there for a while there. Zebulon, Dora, Judy, John McMahon, Spooky. Did I say Clive? Rodent.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm doubling up now. You get your name shouted twice sometimes, if you're lucky. I'm still going, still going. Who else was there? Not getting anyone else. I think I'm just getting doubles. Nat Clive, Truth Nerd, Spooky, Dora. Yeah, that's it. I think I got everybody. Did I miss anybody out there? Oh, Fred. He says, okay, you can press play now. Oh, thanks, Fred. You're a bit late. Oh. All right. Good night, panel. Night, Peanuts. And just remember,
Night, Peanuts.
Just remember, level isn't horizontal. Isn't
That's
that right?
right.
Isn't that right, Farmer?
Level isn't horizontal.